Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see you. We will be very pleased if you could take your seats and be ready to start. My name is Joanna Hoffman.
Morning, everyone. My name is Max Fras. I've met some of you yesterday, and we're here to introduce the basic details of the third European Forum of Young Leaders. Is everybody here for the forum? It's much more than a trick question, but okay, I hope that the laughter certifies to a positive response. As some of you might already know, the third European Forum of Young Leaders accompanies the European Economic Congress in Katowicach, the place that you've visited so numerously and enthusiastically yesterday. The event is attended by 250 young activists from all over Europe, as well as students of local universities, entrepreneurs, and participants of the European Economic Congress. And over the next couple of minutes, we'll try to tell you a little bit about what the event is about and how it will unfold. And we might as well start with a little bit of geography, perhaps.
Yeah, and meeting each other. So we have 20 countries present on the forum, and it would be so nice to showcase them now. From some countries, there are just individual participants, so we would like to invite you to stand up and show yourself. Yeah, people from Sweden, Slovak Republic, Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo, Czech Republic, and Albania. If you are here with us, please stand up and show yourself. Super. From some countries we have people who came as a duo, or maybe also individually, but two people. And these are Romania, Netherlands, and Lithuania. So if you could please stand up and show yourself. Netherlands. Super, fantastic. And then from Portugal, from Germany, and from Belarus. If you could stand up, please. Okay, bigger and bigger groups are standing up. Then from Greece. Who is from Greece? Okay. These are the bigger groups. And Moldova. Azerbaijan. Yeah. Welcome. Armenia.
Look at them.
Wonderful big group. And Georgia. And Ukraine. And then last but not least, Poland. Who is from Poland?
Nice one.
Okay, we welcome you all. Very good to see you.
Right. Now, we got the geography straight. Let's try to see what is it that we're trying to achieve in this space over the next 2 days. If we could please, maybe not have too many people in front of the camera, but that will change soon, I guess. We would like to tell you a little bit about the mission of today's event. And the mission is the following. We would like this event to attract young leaders, youth, students, and activists familiar with participating in public life, civic involvement, and acting to the benefit of the European public space. So this is our small public space. This is the place where we would encourage you to contribute, to take the floor wherever you can, and we will be providing you with every opportunity to do this.
Yeah, we need to use the space, definitely. Hopefully, in a moment, everyone would have a seat. Yeah. And this space is definitely for youth activists from EU member states, from Western Balkans, from Eastern Partnership countries, to share experience, your insights, your thought, definitely establish relationships among each other, cooperate together in future, and obviously discuss subjects and matters that are important to you, to young people these days.
And finally, we're here to reflect on what motivates and discourages you from acting. So in those several big and small spaces, we'll try to figure out what is it that makes you tick. And we had an opportunity to discuss some of those issues yesterday. Are you here to look into your precious work-life balance? Are you here to look into skills? Are you here to network? Are you here to become more civically minded and active? And on the notion of activism and active participation, we did mention this is the third European Forum of Young Leaders here in Katowice. The first one 2 years ago was a hybrid format thing, and then last year it was in person, and this is the third one also in person in Katowice. And we wanted to get a show of hands. Is anybody in this room, whether participant or staff, who's been to 3 forums? If this is your third forum, we would like to know who you are. Well, I know the hands are there. They're just very shy about them. Anybody here who is coming back for the second time? Okay, a few more hands. That's okay. So we're doing something right if people come back. All right, thank you very much. That's a good confidence boost. How about first-timers? Give us a show of hands. And this is exactly the group that we'd like to focus most on. I'm sorry, second and third-timers. But this is exactly why we're here. We would like to show you that this event makes sense. We would like you to show you that there's something in there. And we would like you to come back and to see each other and to meet each other at many of the various forum opportunities here and there. So you work together on shared goals and points of interest. So maybe a little bit about how we're going to do this and what subjects are we going to talk about.
I hope for everyone who comes for the first time, this is exactly what you are looking for, yeah? One of the subjects is education for the future, yeah, to discuss this, especially in the angle of science and development, yeah? That's one of them. The other one is jobs for the future. And then the third one is civic involvement. And all these 3 subjects are reflected in the way the program was constructed. So let's look at the program now.
Yeah, let's maybe look at the program of today. I'm sure that you've all studied it very carefully and you've got this, but should you have forgotten, we would like to bring to your attention a few points. One would be maybe the notion of time and the notion of time being linear. I'm not sure we're on the same page here, having seen people joining at different times. So, we will be operating, and it will sound a bit ironic, on Central European summertime. I know it might not be your understanding of summer if you look outside, but, well, welcome to Polish summer at least. And we would very much like to encourage you to show up on time and to seize the opportunities. You will very quickly find out how short the event is. And if you'd like to seize all the opportunities there, please make sure that you at least familiarize yourself with the schedule and you show up on time. As you know, we're starting at 9:30, and we're going to be going on with this first session until 10:45. And we're going to have a short break, after which we'll reconvene in smaller environments. So we have a number of dialogue zones and opportunities for you to engage in topics of civic interest and others. Again, if you want to take a photo of this, if you want to keep a hold of this, there'll be a lot of opportunities to move around, so it's good that you have an idea of what's happening where. And we'll also then tell you how to get more information if you so wish. Tomorrow we'll be explaining to you the program of the second day. We just thought it might be a lot to take in. So again, bear in mind, big opportunity to meet now, and then a lot of several smaller spaces later on.
And now a little bit of tip how to take advantage the most of the event. Yeah? One of the recommendations is to talk to each other, yeah? To make this space truly cooperative and really allow the networking time. Yeah? So learn from each other. Peer learning, it's a very good core condition, yeah, for an event like this. Next one is talk to us, the organizers, the presenters, the panelists, the moderators. Ask questions, give your comments, give your insights, and really make discussion going on. Yeah? And then also use the power of social media and talk to the world. Share where you are, share what you learned, share what you heard, or what you are doubting. Yeah? Share with the others and use the social media as much as only you wish.
Okay. On this note, we will move ahead to the first plenary session of this forum, which is about the European Year of Skills and improving competitiveness, participation, and talent development. This will be a session we'll be introducing in English, but we have a Polish-speaking panel, so this is why we asked you to avail yourselves of the translation sets. If you've got this. If your Polish is not great just yet, make sure that you have this because the panel will be held in Polish later on, but I will just maybe introduce it to you, introduce the concept and the ideas and the notions we'll be discussing, and then Joanna will talk about our panelists and then we'll look at what they have to offer. I think we've already explored the idea of skills starting from yesterday, the opening session at the Congress. Sorry, this is when things start falling apart, maybe a bit early. That we're looking at the role and the place of the various groups of stakeholders and participants of the labor market and the social scene. So we're looking at what engineers, what researchers, what entrepreneurs can offer and what their talents can, and how their talents can be a strength and potential in the pursuit of transformation goals in Europe, including digital transformation and green transformation. We would like to look at how we can jointly boost Europe's greatest assets, including human resources and Europe's global competitiveness for Europe's economy tomorrow. We would like to look at how to support companies in the process of hiring, training, and retaining talents, something that we've already discussed at length at yesterday's panel. So we'd like to look at this also from the point of view of the various business organizations that will be present here. What can we do and who can do what to fill the gap in HR and the skills? We would like to look at the question of investment in training and education. You do know that this is an event organized first and foremost by the Foundation for the Development of the Educational System that is also involved and has a huge stake in Europe's training and education landscape through Erasmus Plus program and others. We would also like to look at the knowledge of the labor market. Who knows what about this and how can we know more? And we would like to look at boosting skills of young Europeans and developing their soft and social skills on the fringes of all those issues.
And we have at least 5 perspectives for all these matters. So please join our lovely panelists here. I would like to invite Marcin Berta, Academy Manager, DMG Mori Polska. Magdalena Kasiewicz, Customer Success Lead, Microsoft. Kevin Lewicki, President of Polish Student Parliament. Joanna Maruszczak, Membership Coordinator, European Students' Union. Paweł Poszytek, Director General of Foundation for Development of Educational System and Polish National Agency of Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps. Welcome.
All right, let's do this. And you will notice a slight difference. It is because I will start speaking Polish now, so be aware. Dzień dobry, witajcie. Słuchajcie, o czym jest cały panel, to wiemy, ale chcielibyśmy zacząć od tego, jak wy się w tym wszystkim odnajdujecie, co robią wasze firmy, wasze organizacje i co wy wiecie o temacie jako eksperci. Tutaj tylko dodam dla naszej drogiej widowni, ten panel będzie, czy rozegra się tak, mam nadzieję, jeśli starczy nam czasu, że najpierw damy parę minut na odpowiedzi naszym panelistom, a potem chcielibyśmy dać wam szansę na zadawanie pytań i dodawanie komentarzy, jeśli komentarzy to raczej krótkich. Także jeśli jakieś pomysły i zagadnienia, które poruszają nasi paneliści, zapadną wam w pamięć, to starajcie się to zapisywać w miarę możliwości jakoś mentalnie albo papierowo, czy też cyfrowo, żebyście potem mogli wrócić do tych kwestii w waszych pytaniach. Marcinie, zacznę od ciebie. Dużo słyszymy teraz o rozwoju polskiej gospodarki. Sporą rolę w tym odgrywa przemysł. Patrząc na, nie wiem, czy dane eksportowe, czy konsumpcję wewnętrzną, sporo się dzieje, sporo się wam chyba udaje. Tutaj patrzę na ciebie jako na twarz polskiego przemysłu. Oczywiście możesz mówić o tym, co robi DMG Mori, ale nie tylko wy. Wiem, że zajmujesz się w firmie kwestią szkolenia pracowników, szkolenia klientów. Jak patrzymy na różne wskaźniki makroekonomiczne, to jest fajnie, jest dobrze, ale chyba w niektórych obszarach mogłoby być lepiej. Więc gdybyś mógł się z nami podzielić swoimi przemyśleniami na temat tego, czego wam brakuje i ewentualnie kto mógłby wam w tym pomóc, biorąc pod uwagę to, kto jest na sali, jaka jest tutaj rola młodych ludzi, organizacji ze sfery publicznej, organizacji prywatnych, społeczeństwa obywatelskiego.
Witam Państwa, dzień dobry. Bardzo dziękuję za to przedstawienie, bo to prawda, zajmuję się przemysłem. Nasza firma DMG Mori produkuje obrabiarki, sprzęt, który od lat wytwarza elementy do przemysłu samolotowego, przemysłu samochodowego, komputerowego itd., ale nie o tym. Rozwijamy się, wszystkie firmy, każda firma ma za cel to, aby się rozwijać, a rozwój to jest powiększanie swoich zasobów, powiększanie swojej produkcji, zwiększanie przychodów, ale to wszystko, żeby działo się, potrzebni są ludzie i to, co powiedziałeś i zapytałeś, co nam potrzeba, no to właśnie ludzi, młodych osób, które będą nas wspierać, będą rozwijać naszą firmę, ponieważ mają inne spojrzenie, nowe spojrzenie na rzeczywistość. Jesteśmy firmą przemysłową, bym powiedział, że twardy przemysł, bo nasze maszyny nie są czatem GPT i nie odpowiadają na pytania, jak napisać wypracowanie, tylko po prostu pracują w przemyśle, są ukryte gdzieś w fabryce i wytwarzają różne elementy, ale coraz częściej nasi klienci pytają o digitalizację, pytają o ten nowoczesny przemysł 4.0, ponieważ już młoda osoba nie chce pracować na hali produkcyjnej 8 godzin. Było wczoraj powiedziane, że ten work balance musi być zachowany, muszą być pewne warunki spełnione dla młodych osób. Więc idziemy w digitalizację, idziemy w takie zagadnienia, które są związane z programowaniem, z tym, czym kiedyś tylko się zajmowaliśmy przy komputerze jako hobby, a teraz zajmujemy się po prostu jako prawdziwy przemysł, czyli jedna osoba może obsłużyć 80-100 maszyn i decyduje o całej produkcji dla Tesli, dla różnych firm, które są z sektora przemysłowego. Czego nam brakuje, co widzimy, no to jeżeli ogłosimy się, że poszukujemy nowych, młodych talentów, to ich ewidentnie brakuje. Młode osoby nie są może do końca prawidłowo kierowane, nie wiedzą prawidłowo, gdzie swój talent umieścić i tego nam najbardziej brakuje. Dlatego też chciałem od razu tutaj skorzystać z okazji, że nasza firma od wielu lat współpracuje z organizacją WorldSkills. Mamy takie zawody umiejętności, nie tylko w naszej dziedzinie frezowanie CNC, ale są tam dziedziny typu automatyka, robotyka, mechatronika, obsługa samochodów, silników, no, czyli bardzo dużo kompetencji, które tak naprawdę przemysł potrzebuje. Poziom tych zawodów pokazuje młodym ludziom, czego tak naprawdę pracodawca teraz potrzebuje, na czym się skupia i bardzo się angażujemy w tą inicjatywę. Z roku na rok mamy coraz lepszy poziom w Polsce. Na świecie ten poziom też rośnie. Młodzi ludzie coraz częściej przychodzą i już wiedzą to, co kiedyś byśmy tylko sobie nie wyobrażali, więc też chciałbym zwrócić uwagę, że angażowanie się w WorldSkills i takie zawody kompetencji to jest sposób na to, żeby młodzi ludzie wiedzieli, gdzie kierunkować swoje umiejętności, gdzie lokować swój kapitał wiedzy.
Super, wielkie dzięki. Teraz Magda, jeśli możemy przejść do twojej perspektywy, może nie tylko osobistej, ale firmowej. Nie wiem, jaką rolę w Microsoftie odgrywa obróbka skrowaniem. Zakładam, że może niewielką, więc ciągle oczywiście poruszamy się tutaj w obszarze zagadnień biznesowych, zagadnień też dotyczących przemysłu. Natomiast no, z punktu widzenia przynajmniej użytkownika robicie prawie wszystko. Są wam potrzebni ludzie o bardzo różnych talentach, o tych bardziej humanistycznych, o tych bardziej technicznych, o tych ścisłych. Jak te wyzwania umiejętnościowe wyglądają z waszej perspektywy? Czego wam tu brakuje i kto mógł wam w tym pomóc? I czy są to jakieś echa tego, co mówił Marcin, czy jednak biorąc pod uwagę specyfikę, czy też jakby szerokość waszej działalności, te bolączki są inne?
Znaczy generalnie to myślę, że tak, my mamy tą, powiedzmy, dosyć jesteśmy w dobrej sytuacji, bo wiele osób, które jest z talentami, chce dla nas pracować, bo to jest firma, która jest innowacyjna i ta walka o te talenty jest dla nas łatwiejsza. Dla nas wyzwaniem jest to, że nasi klienci, ich umiejętności digitalowe są bardzo istotne, dlatego że bez tych umiejętności nie są w stanie wdrażać tych narzędzi, które my, że tak powiem, wytwarzamy, a wytwarzamy je dla nich, nie dla siebie. Więc my mamy też takie przekonanie, że naszą społeczną odpowiedzialnością jest edukacja. Microsoft w ciągu ostatnich 3 lat wyszkolił ponad 430 tysięcy osób w samej Polsce, jako inwestycja też związana oczywiście z budowaniem data center w Polsce, czy regionu w Polsce. I my też odpowiadamy nie tylko za to, żeby wyedukować naszych klientów, po to, żeby mogli wdrożyć nasze rozwiązania, ale też zdajemy sobie sprawę z wyzwania związanego z takimi podstawowymi umiejętnościami cyfrowymi i grupami społecznymi, które są wykluczone, czyli w mniejszych miejscowościach, gdzie ten dostęp do sprzętu i szkoleń jest mały. Bo bardzo ważne jest to, że jeżeli firma ma być konkurencyjna, albo jako państwo, albo państwa w Europie Centralno-Wschodniej, które wszystkie mają wyzwania z umiejętnościami cyfrowymi, chcemy być konkurencyjni, to nie chodzi o to, żeby to było kilka firm, które sobie radzi, tylko my po prostu musimy stworzyć taki ekosystem, w którym te umiejętności cyfrowe są po prostu w społeczeństwie. I to takie podstawowe, bo my też często nie rozumiemy, co to są umiejętności cyfrowe. Często mówimy o tym, o programowaniu, prawda? Mówimy o umiejętnościach związanych z data analytics, prawda? Ze sztuczną inteligencją, z AI. Natomiast taką podstawową, jedną z podstawowych umiejętności cyfrowych jest też cyfrowa komunikacja. I tak naprawdę każda firma, która chce być skuteczna, musi wytworzyć takie sposoby i wyszkolić wszystkich ludzi w tej cyfrowej komunikacji. No i tutaj mamy takie wyzwania związane też z, że tak powiem, z różnicą wieków i myślę, że wy jako młodzi ludzie w tej cyfrowej komunikacji się poruszacie bardzo dobrze na różnych kanałach, w różnych sposobach. Natomiast to, co jest istotne w firmach na przykład, żeby ta komunikacja dotyczyła wszystkich i żeby wszyscy się komunikowali w podobny sposób. I my tworzymy takie programy dla naszych klientów podczas wdrożeń change managementowo. Zajmujemy się change managementem, uczymy firmy, jak wdrożyć te narzędzia w taki sposób, żeby to było skuteczne. I musimy o tym pamiętać, że te digitalowe umiejętności to jest bardzo szeroki zakres, nie tylko po prostu umiejętności IT. Poza tym ja głęboko wierzę, że w przyszłości Departament IT w ogóle nie powinien istnieć, jako IT ewentualnie co najwyżej jako governance pewnie tych narzędzi. Natomiast te umiejętności cyfrowe, o których mówimy, powinny być w biznesie, bo połączenie to jest połączenie biznesu, zrozumienie celu i użycie narzędzi w konkretnym celu, to jest droga do sukcesu. I mogę tylko powiedzieć tyle, że ze wszystkich rankingów wynika, że niestety Polska, ale zarówno, a tutaj chyba większość osób jest, tak jak mówiliśmy, z Europy Centralno-Wschodniej, niestety jesteśmy bardzo daleko w tych umiejętnościach w stosunku do całej Europy. I to głównie chodzi o te podstawowe umiejętności, bo my mamy dobrych specjalistów, jeśli chodzi o, że tak powiem, deweloperów. Często oni wywodzą się z naszego kraju, z Polski, z Rumunii. Natomiast taka podstawowe umiejętności korzystania z narzędzi ludzi po stronie biznesu albo po stronie HR-ów wciąż jesteśmy daleko. Także też zachęcam, jeśli chodzi o tę komunikację i umiejętności, żebyście wy włączali i uczyli też innych, jak z tego korzystać.
Super, dziękuję bardzo. Kevinie, do ciebie się teraz zwrócę. Wczoraj jedna z panelistek reprezentująca przynajmniej młodzież, bo to nie do końca chodzi o to, co ona robi, ale reprezentantka młodzieży mówiła o tym, że nowe pokolenie cechuje poszukiwanie, otwartość na różne opcje, również zawodowe i umiejętnościowe. Jak tutaj patrzę na twoją mowę ciała na tym panelu, to nie wygląda na to, żebyś był szczególnie spięty. Tutaj przedsiębiorcy się napinają, tego im brakuje, to powinni robić młodzi, to tego nie powinni. Mówiliśmy też o tym, że jest teraz rynek pracownika, więc jakby po co się to napinać, w którą stronę, czego szukają młodzi ludzie i czy te umiejętności są dla nich teraz takie ważne, jak to widzą polscy studenci?
Dziękuję serdecznie. Max, mowy ciała uczę się od ciebie generalnie. Jakby patrząc po wczorajszym naszym wspólnym panelu, jakby uczę się od ciebie. Czego szukają młodzi ludzie? I o tym też już zaczynaliśmy rozmawiać wczoraj. Oprócz tego, że młodzi ludzie poszukują tej właśnie tej możliwości zdobywania świata, w zasadzie zmieniania świata na lepsze, to młodzi ludzie poszukują spełnienia. I oni to spełnienie współcześnie znajdują przede wszystkim, oczywiście w życiu prywatnym, ale w życiu zawodowym. Mówimy tu o spełnieniu zawodowym. Tylko żeby ci studenci, którzy kiedyś będą zasilać szeregi biznesu, przemysłu, instytucji, żeby mogli zasilać te szeregi, oni potrzebują platformy do rozwoju. I my jako Parlament Studentów Rzeczpospolitej Polskiej staramy się każdego dnia stwarzać im tę platformę do rozwoju. Staramy się otwierać młodym ludziom nowe ścieżki, które pozwolą im w przyszłości być świetnymi specjalistami, może nie od IT, tak jak już wiemy, ale świetnymi fachowcami w zakresie biznesu, przemysłu, inwestycji i różnych innych gałęzi. Ale same działania, czy to nasze, czy to uczelni, nie wystarczą. Bardzo ważne jest to, aby ten świat mógł się otwierać na młodych ludzi. Potrzebna jest właśnie współpraca, efektywna współpraca z biznesem, z przemysłem i z innymi instytucjami. Szczególnie istotne z naszego punktu widzenia jako studentów jest udział, a w zasadzie współudział sektora tego społeczno-gospodarczego w życiu uczelni jako partnera między innymi do praktyk, do staży, dlatego że biznes już rozumie, ale powinien dojść do tego jeszcze bardziej w najbliższych latach, że ci ludzie, którzy przychodzą nawet na bezpłatne staże, na praktyki, oni następnie tworzą nową kadrę i zasilają szeregi danego pracodawcy. To jest jedna z rzeczy, której młodzi ludzie potrzebują, czyli skutecznej współpracy z otoczeniem społeczno-gospodarczym. Natomiast bardzo często spotykamy się z głosami, szczególnie z ramienia pracodawców, że przecież my stwarzamy tę platformę do rozwoju, tylko to właśnie uczelnie się zamykają na działanie z biznesem. I tutaj muszę się nie zgodzić, gdyż w polskim systemie szkolnictwa wyższego na uczelniach funkcjonują tak zwane biura karier, gdzie młodzi ludzie właśnie chcąc poznawać świat mają możliwość odkrywania siebie i swoich preferencji zawodowych, swoich możliwości zawodowych, kompetencji podczas spotkań z doradcą zawodowym, który jest w stanie nakreślić ich ścieżkę kariery, pomóc wybrać to, co będzie w ich życiu najlepsze. Natomiast jest jeszcze jedna bardzo ważna rzecz, która pozwoliłaby młodym ludziom ten świat poznawać skuteczniej i efektywniej. I nie tyczy się to tylko i wyłącznie polskiego systemu szkolnictwa wyższego, ale zakładam, że w dużej mierze również szkolnictwa w innych częściach naszego globu. To przede wszystkim modernizacja i reorganizacja programów studiów, w ogóle programów kształcenia. Bardzo często spotykamy się z takimi głosami, że nasz uniwersytet, nasza uczelnia kształci od 200 lat. Fantastycznie, ale czasy się bardzo mocno zmieniły przez ostatnie 200 lat, czasy się bardzo zmieniły przez ostatnie 3, 4, 5 lat. Więc szczególnie istotne jest, aby systemy szkolnictwa były dostosowywane do współczesnych realiów, aby odpowiadały właśnie potrzebom tego otoczenia społeczno-gospodarczego i naszym partnerom w biznesie. I myślę, że przyniesie to obopólną korzyść. Uczelnie będą mogły, tak jak do tej pory, szczycić się fantastycznymi absolwentami, a biznes, przemysł i inne gałęzie sektora, czy to prywatnego, czy publicznego, będą mogły poszczycić się fantastycznymi fachowcami. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję. Joanna, to teraz głos dla Ciebie, być może kontynuacja tego, o czym mówi Kevin. Ty też zajmowałaś się rozwojem jakości kształcenia młodych ludzi. Gdybyś mogła nas wprowadzić w to, w jaki sposób Europejska Unia Studentów zajmuje się teraz tym zagadnieniem, co robi dla rozwoju umiejętności młodych ludzi.
Dzień dobry, cześć. Tak, Europejska Unia Studentów prezentuje 45 organizacji, 40 krajów, ale tak naprawdę lobbuje w zakresie szkolnictwa wyższego większej liczby krajów, bo w całym obszarze szkolnictwa wyższego, więc wielu z Was tutaj reprezentujemy Wasz interes w różnych organach projakościowych czy w Komisji Europejskiej. I jednych z działań, które nie tylko robi Europejska Unia Studentów, ale także inne organizacje, to jest zakazanie niepłatnych staży. Wielu z Was w trakcie swojej edukacji odbywa staże obowiązkowe i często nie otrzymuje za to żadnego wynagrodzenia, pomimo iż nasza praca młodych ludzi często też jest może nawet cięższa niż niektórych pracowników, albo wręcz wyręczamy niektórych pracowników wykonując ich pracę, więc to jest jedna z pierwszych rzeczy, gdyż dostęp do edukacji jest prawem, z którego powinniśmy korzystać i wielu z nas, studentów, studiując, także pracuje, żeby móc utrzymać się, szczególnie w dużych miastach europejskich. I w momencie, w którym jeszcze musimy odbywać staż, w którym musimy potwierdzić pewne efekty uczenia się, odbierana jest nam możliwość pracy zarobkowej i to jest jeden z większych problemów. Też w nazwie naszego dzisiejszego panelu jest słowo badacze, a jeszcze o nim dzisiaj nie rozmawialiśmy. Jaka jest ścieżka dla młodych badaczy? Co jeżeli na przykład ja nie chcę być przedsiębiorcą? Co jeżeli nie chcę pracować w korporacji czy w innym miejscu, tylko chcę na przykład dołożyć swoją cegiełkę naukową? Szczególnie wielu z nas podążyło taką drogą naukową przy pandemii COVID, szukając różnych rozwiązań. Może ktoś tutaj marzy o wynalezieniu leku na raka. No i pytanie brzmi, w jaki sposób to szkolnictwo wyższe kreuje te warunki dla młodych badaczy? Czy są stypendia, czy oferta studiów doktoranckich, studiów 3. stopnia jest na tyle atrakcyjna, że warto nam zrezygnować z pracy zarobkowej i postawić na rozwój w ramach uczelni. Jeżeli chodzi o tę jakość kształcenia, to tutaj była mowa o tym, że chcemy modernizować programy studiów. Jaka jest tendencja w Europie? Czy ktoś z Was ma zajęcia na studiach w języku angielskim? To jest pytanie niestety jeszcze retoryczne, bo nawet jeżeli studiujecie w swoich językach ojczystych, to może 1-2 zajęcia trafiają się w języku angielskim, ale też nie ma na przykład takiej interakcji ze studentami na przykład z programu Erasmus, więc nie zawsze na przykład grupa nasza studencka jest łączona ze studentami, którzy przyjeżdżają na mobilność studencką, a to jest kolejny etap tak naprawdę unowocześniania naszych programów studiów i także robienia ich w pełni europejskimi, a nie tylko takimi narodowymi. To są jedne z takich rzeczy, nad którymi pracujemy jako nasza organizacja, aby to szkolnictwo wyższe szło z trendem, z pewnymi innowacjami. Ja tutaj nie mówiłam może o nowych technologiach, dając przestrzeń też swoim poprzednikom. Natomiast jeszcze chciałam jedną rzecz powiedzieć, bo to nie padło. Czego chcą młodzi ludzie? My chcemy dobrych zarobków, chcemy mieć stałą pracę, która jest na kontrakcie, a nie z ryzykiem, że jutro nas zwolnią. I jeżeli chodzi o ten argument, który był powiedziany, że chcemy się spełniać, tak, chcemy się spełniać, tylko pytanie brzmi, czy wszyscy z nas tutaj chcą się spełniać zawodowo czy życiowo, bo może praca jest dla nas tylko narzędziem do tego spełnienia, na przykład w takim życiu codziennym. To może tu postawię na razie kropkę. Dziękuję.
Super. Pawle, rozważaliśmy ten temat już w różnych wymiarach. Te umiejętności są potrzebne na rynku krajowym, są potrzebne przedsiębiorcom, są potrzebne do rozwoju gospodarki. Niewiele na razie mówiliśmy o innowacji w wymiarze edukacji międzynarodowej. Zastanawiam się, czy byłbyś w stanie nam trochę powiedzieć o tym, nie tylko co tutaj do zaoferowania ma mobilność międzynarodowa i dla studentów, i dla młodzieży, i dla wolontariuszy, ale to w jaki sposób te programy, które ciągle się zmieniają, adaptują, jak one starają się odpowiadać właśnie na tą lukę umiejętnościową. Co ma do zaoferowania tutaj Europa, co mają do zaoferowania programy mobilnościowe, na które z tych wyzwań młodych ludzi mogą odpowiadać i jak?
Tak, zanim podam konkretne przykłady, odniosę się też do tych niektórych bolączek tutaj wymienionych, jak chociażby jakość staży, co jest dosyć zawodowych, co jest dosyć ważne dla wszystkich młodych biorących udział. To powiem tak, że Komisja Europejska od samego początku, kiedy tworzyła te programy europejskie, stawiała na pewnego rodzaju jakość i budowała te programy, tę ofertę dla młodych ludzi, no nie tylko dla młodych ludzi, bo to są programy, które w ogóle adresują wiele problemów w edukacji. Budowała te programy w sposób taki jakościowy, czyli one miały jakby nie tylko zaoferować coś potencjalnym beneficjentom, ale miały też stanowić taki przykład dla innych organizacji, dla innych instytucji, dla krajów członkowskich, jak organizować pewnego rodzaju wsparcie w podnoszeniu kwalifikacji, kompetencji, w rozwoju zawodowym młodych ludzi i nie tylko. I tak rzeczywiście od samego początku było i ja o tych aspektach jakościowych zaraz powiem. Natomiast dobrą wiadomością jest to, że w sposób taki trochę niepostrzeżony nagle doszliśmy do takiej oto sytuacji, że te programy są naprawdę powszechne, budżety tych programów są spore i praktycznie to już nie jest oferta niszowa, to nie jest oferta tylko dla wybranych osób, tylko praktycznie większość młodych ludzi, którzy chcą się wykazać jakąś tutaj aktywnością, może z tego skorzystać. No i teraz tak, rzeczywiście bolączka jakości staży. Tutaj chyba jest z nami też pani dyrektor Laskowska. Razem mieliśmy przyjemność być ekspertami Komisji Parlamentu Europejskiego, która się zajmuje tą problematyką. I rzeczywiście ze wszystkich stron Europy, ze wszystkich krajów płyną takie alarmujące głosy, że jakość tych staży zawodowych w Europie jest dosyć słaba. Jest nawet raport na ten temat i praktycznie wszyscy na to narzekają, że właśnie pracodawcy wykorzystują tu młodych ludzi, że to się odbywa według takich zasad, można powiedzieć, bardzo partyzanckich. Natomiast dobrym przykładem właśnie są staże programu Erasmus. Tych staży i możliwości jest coraz więcej, coraz większa ilość młodych ludzi może z tego skorzystać. I Komisja Europejska tutaj, a także i agencje narodowe programu Erasmus Plus w poszczególnych krajach, my tutaj też w Polsce, dbamy o to, żeby te staże odbywały się właśnie według tych bardzo ściśle określonych zasad. Jeżeli się nie odbywają, to po prostu instytucja, która organizuje te staże, ma odebrane fundusze, a więc cała ta działalność odbywa się na mocy bardzo jasno podpisanych kontraktów, w których jest bardzo jasno określone, jakie są tutaj relacje między tymi stażystami, młodymi ludźmi, a pracodawcami. A więc to jest bardzo mocno jakby oglądane i kontrolowane i właściwie stanowi taki przykład dobrej praktyki, jak inne organizacje, które również na tym polu działają, powinny działać. Z tego raportu wynika, że rzeczywiście inni nie trzymają się tych zasad, ale tak jak powiedziałem, dzięki temu, że po tej powszechności, coraz większej powszechności programu Erasmus+, przynajmniej w tym zakresie tutaj ta oferta dla młodych ludzi, którzy myślą o stażach, jest już naprawdę jakościowa i taka jakby pewna. Oczywiście portfolio jakby tej oferty dla młodych ludzi w ramach programów europejskich jest po prostu bardzo szeroka. Tak? Mówimy tutaj, są dwa hasła, które musimy tutaj jeszcze rozwikłać. Jedno dotyczy konkurencyjności, tak? Czyli kompetencje, jakie kompetencje, na ile one mają pomóc w budowaniu tej konkurencyjności. Więc tak mówiąc już holistycznie, bo oferta programu Erasmus Plus jest tak szeroka, że moglibyśmy tu długo o niej rozmawiać. Biznes wie już od kilkudziesięciu lat, tak? Od lat 80. poprzedniego wieku, jak się buduje konkurencyjność, tak? na rynku. Przede wszystkim ją się buduje poprzez tworzenie odpowiednich sieci między organizacjami, między instytucjami, które jakby nie tworzą jakiejś takiej hierarchicznej struktury, ale w ramach pewnego konsorcjum uzupełniając się kompetencjami, uzupełniając się doświadczeniem, wiedzą, razem pracują na to, aby stworzyć jakieś nowe produkty, jakieś nowe usługi i jakby, żeby pchać ten rozwój do przodu. Jeżeli chodzi o program Erasmus+, to się odbywa właśnie w ramach projektów, bo często mówimy tutaj, młodzi ludzie jakby się interesują tą ofertą mobilnościową, taką indywidualną dla siebie, czy to wyjazdy erasmusowe, te studenckie, czy właśnie staże, ale nie zapominajmy o tym, że w ramach programu Erasmus+, można i finansujemy realizację różnych projektów. Różne instytucje tworzą właśnie takie sieci, tworzą takie konsorcja. De facto tworzą takie tymczasowe, nowe organizacje, które pracują nad wdrożeniem jakichś ciekawych rozwiązań. Nie wiem, czy już wczoraj podawałem taki przykład, wspaniały projekt z Politechniki Gdańskiej w Polsce we współpracy z innymi instytucjami z innych krajów Europy. Budują software, za pomocą którego czytają emocje z twarzy dzieci autystycznych. Do tego robią obudowę dydaktyczną dla nauczycieli, dla opiekunów, dla rodziców, jak z takimi dziećmi funkcjonować. I teraz, no właśnie, tutaj w ramach, żeby realizować taki projekt, w ramach takiej interdyscyplinarnej, międzynarodowej grupy, potrzebujemy ludzi, często też młodych i zdolnych, którzy właśnie wymieniając się i wspólnie tworząc pewien nowy zestaw kompetencji ze swoimi kolegami, koleżankami z innych krajów, czy to w grupie badawczej, czy w jakiejś takiej grupie zadaniowej firmie, będą razem współpracować. I możemy jeszcze raz się przyglądać na listę tych kompetencji, o których wczoraj mówiliśmy, tej listy z Davos, czy z innych opracowań, ale tak jak powiedziałem wczoraj, to wszystko się tak naprawdę sprowadza do jednej umiejętności, czy umiejętności komunikowania się. Bo jak mamy taką właśnie grupę zadaniową, najczęściej ona będzie interdyscyplinarna i międzynarodowa, żeby wytworzyć nowy produkt, nową usługę, no po pierwsze musimy się porozumieć w językach obcych. Po drugie musimy umieć komunikować się i pracować w grupie. Po trzecie musimy się umieć komunikować w grupie interdyscyplinarnej, czyli już nie tylko jakby mediować między językami i kulturami, ale również mediować między dyscyplinami nauki, tak, żeby się fachowiec od IT porozumiał z lekarzem, porozumiał z innymi osobami z różnych innych branż. Mam nadzieję, że nie obrażę osób z IT, ale wiemy, jak często trudno się z tymi osobami rozmawia. Tak? Jak się prosi o jakąś pomoc i oni podchodzą do klawiatury, mówią, tak, jak to nie wiesz, pyk, 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 jakby rozwiązany problem. Tak? A więc ten trzeci poziom to jest umiejętność komunikowania się w grupie interdyscyplinarnej. No i czwarta jakaś bariera przed nami, to będziemy się musieli też nauczyć komunikować z maszynami. My tak naprawdę się już komunikujemy z naszymi komórkami i z innymi urządzeniami, ale ta komunikacja też będzie coraz bardziej zaawansowana i coraz bardziej wymagająca. No i teraz podając jeszcze kolejny przykład, trochę już wychodząc poza tą ofertę Komisji Europejskiej programu Erasmus+, bo to nie tylko Erasmusem Europa stoi i mamy właśnie, Komisja Europejska ogłosiła ten rok rokiem umiejętności, więc na poziomie europejskim jest też próba integrowania różnych innych inicjatyw i wciągania tych inicjatyw w ten europejski obszar. Tutaj Marcin już wymienił World Skills. Wyjątkowa sytuacja, we wrześniu tego roku w Polsce będą zawody europejskie te inicjatywy. Następna taka okazja może za 20-30 lat, bo kraje biją się o te zawody. Będziemy we wrześniu rozgrywać zawody branżowe w 43 konkurencjach, czyli właśnie te zawody takie tradycyjne, gotowanie, stolarka, instalacje elektryczne, cukiernictwo, fryzjerstwo, florystyka, aż po super nowoczesne, wysoko ztechnologizowane zawody takie jak chmura obliczeniowa, cyberbezpieczeństwo, integracja robotów przemysłowych, przemysł 4.0, robotyka mobilna, architektura cyfrowa i tak dalej. Nawet ta branża i profesja, którą Marcin reprezentuje, znaczy dostarczają odpowiednich maszyn do tego przemysłu. Kiedyś to była manualna praca, tak, obrabianie skrawaniem, teraz to są wysoko ztechnologizowane rzeczy. To wszystko robi maszyna, a osoba, która ma to robić, to tak naprawdę obsługuje komputer i komunikuje się z maszyną, a już nie robi tego manualnie. Czyli jakby mówiąc też o kompetencjach, jakby będziemy szli w dwóch kierunkach, czyli z jednej strony będziemy mieli te zawody takie rzemieślnicze, typu właśnie fryzjerstwo, typu cukiernictwo i tak dalej, a z drugiej strony właśnie cały zestaw tych zawodów, które pójdą w wysokie technologie i tu właściwie osoby, które gdzieś pójdą w tym kierunku zawodowo, będą miały pewną łatwość w przeskakiwaniu z zawodu na zawód, dlatego że tak naprawdę to jest jakby kwestia komunikowania się i obsługiwania wysokich technologii. No i to tak w skrócie.
Super, to intensywny bardzo ten skrót. Mam nadzieję, że nasza widownia nadąża, bo to też jest czas, żeby włączyć naszą widownię do tej dyskusji. Mamy kilka minut na pytania. Jeśli macie też komentarze, to krótkie. Jeśli macie pytania, to możecie zarówno po polsku, jak i po angielsku zadać je teraz. Mamy mikrofony na sali. Jeśli ktoś chciałby zadać pytanie albo komuś konkretnie z panelistów, albo wszystkim, to teraz jest na to dobry moment. Mamy jakieś pytania? Mamy pytanie. Dobrze, za chwileczkę. Czy możemy prosić o mikrofon? Tylko prosimy o przedstawienie się z imienia przynajmniej i potem można zadawać pytanie.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Sophia. I'm young European ambassador from Ukraine. And I guess, first of all, I want to thank you for such an informative plenary session. And I want to refer to, I guess, the description about the participation. So, because of war, a lot of great minds of Ukraine, they actually had to fled from our country. So a bigger part of them are in Poland now. And I want to ask, do you feel their actually presence in the civil society sector? Do you consider them as an active power of civil structure? So yeah, thank you. I guess it's a question for all speakers, yeah.
Okay. Czy ktoś z panelistów chciałby odpowiedzieć?
Max, rozbija się głos i jakbyś mógł powtórzyć pytanie.
Okay. Would you like to maybe, if you can try to shortly repeat the question to see if they caught this and then...
Yeah, definitely. Do you consider Ukrainian youth as an active power of civil society, sector or atmosphere? Do you consider them active participants of civil life in Poland? So.
To pytanie o rolę i miejsce ukraińskiej młodzieży. Chyba głównie chodzi o młodzież, która przyjechała w wyniku rosyjskiej agresji na Ukrainę w ciągu ostatniego roku. Jakie tutaj oni zajmują miejsce w społeczeństwie? To pytanie jest o sferę obywatelską, ale możemy też się odnieść do działalności zawodowej. Tak, mamy mikrofon najbliższy.
So hopefully all the Ukrainian youth society can feel that they are important for, especially in Poland. I think a lot of young people are here and we really count on their skills and they are bringing a lot of value to Poland, definitely. I can see from my personal perspective and also as a company we have a lot of people from Ukraine that we actually move to another countries to work and help us. I can feel from my perspective that actually the impact is great, but I am in the very specific industry and in very specific environment. And actually, I would like, it's for me very interesting how you feel, actually, because I think the question is more for you, how you feel and how you feel included. Hopefully you are.
Okay.
And also from my perspective, all skills are important, especially skills that are from engineering, civil engineering, mechanical engineering. And I have one idea. I ask you, who wants to be an engineer? Who wants to be a mechanical engineer? Please raise a hand. And who wants to be developer, programmist of computers and so on, please raise the hand. Okay, who wants to be someone? Oh, I see one, okay. And who wants to work in office and have a really good life in the office? Okay, so now you see that the most important for us are engineers, programmers, developers. These kind of skills are really important in Poland. As you saw, I don't see any hand in engineering and something, and I think these skills are really important. And for my company, it's really important these persons who are engineers, who are programmers of the machines, who knows the digitalization. It is our important skills that we need. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, thank you. And we have another question here. Could we get the mic? Okay, two questions. So we have one, then answers two. Just 1 second, and then we might have space for one more question because we're going to run out of time shortly. So if you can just introduce yourself by name and then...
Yes, okay. My name is Victoria. I'm also from Ukraine, the young ambassador. So talking about the participation, I was interested because in Lviv we have like a lot of young people and they are encouraged in the youth policy. Especially for Poland, how many young people are engaged in a governance, youth policy, and how can young people rule the country? Especially for students or maybe someone who present the governance and public sector.
Okay, and a question about contribution of young people in Poland into youth policy. What is the role that young people play? How many of them are actively involved? How do they co-create or contribute to public policy?
Zdecydowanie. Okay, so first of all, thank you for your question. So Ukrainian youths are very active in our structures. I will talk about students because that's something very close to my interest. So first of all, they're very active on the local level, so at the university level, but also at the national level. So for example, in the organization where Kevin is the president, there are people from Ukraine working and proposing some changes. There are people not working for themselves, but working for the whole community, for students who are in Poland, but also in Ukraine. Right now we have around 90,000 students from Ukraine in Poland, and this number is increasing basically due to the war, which is close to our border. Regarding youth policy, from my perspective, European Students' Union, we are also supporting two Ukrainian organizations which right now are discussing a new higher education law in Ukraine. So the discussion is about sharing good practices between Polish students and Ukrainian students, and also some ideas from Ukraine. Maybe there will be also in Poland, because right now there is a debate also in Polish parliament about changing the higher education law. So they're very active, they're very open, they're proposing plenty of ideas. And I would sometimes even say that they might be even more interesting in changing something than Polish students, but it's just my private perspective.
Okay. Anybody else want to take it up? Kevin?
Yeah, just really quickly. I have to agree that Ukrainian students are really active in Polish, for example, in Students' Parliament of Republic of Poland. And I'm really happy that especially Ukrainian students want to participate in changing the educational system in Ukraine after the war, and that they use Polish education system and they use it as an example to change your educational system. And we participate in it and we help them. And yeah, I have to say that they are really active, not only here in Poland, in my organization, but they also participate in European actions. And I have to say that it's really good that you have a couple of, for example, student unions in Ukraine. It's something that we don't have in Poland. So yeah, I have to agree that Ukrainian students have a really good impact, and they are a great factor in changing Polish policy, especially in the educational system. Thanks.
Okay. So we have 2 more questions, and I'm afraid we'll have to close there. So we have one. Is there still there? And we're going to have 2. The gentleman there. Well, yeah, but I'm afraid we won't be able to take all the 5 questions. So I think I'll encourage you to maybe approach our speakers at a time. So we'll take those 2 questions together. So one and then the other, and then we'll let the panelists respond because we only have 5 minutes left. So, first question. Yep, there's the mic. There. No, here, 3rd row. Yeah, the microphone is already on its way. And then the man there. Okay, so, yeah, go on.
Thank you. My name is Paula. I'm from Portugal, and I wanted to make a question on the European Union schools because it's a lot talked about giving young people skills, but not contributing to the skills that they already have and giving them the space to grow on that skills and grow into the workspace. So I wanted to ask all of the panelists and your experience and what are your enterprises, your scope is doing to help young people to continue growing on their skills that they already have, and how do you valorize the skills that young people have, not only in technology, because we know we are a generation of technology, but also in other soft skills, normal skills such as public speaking, and giving them the participation that they need to, because we are the next generation. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, because we have a sound issue, I'll just recap quickly. How do employers build on skills that young people already have, especially on the soft side of skills, and including public speaking? And then we have a question there.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for presenting everything. I'm Edward, a young European ambassador from Armenia, and my question is the following. As Noah Harari says in his book of 21 Lessons for 21st Century, he says that we live in the era of fast development, and now the most important skills for young people to gain is to learn fast, because a person in his lifetime, it is not like before, we can acquire more than one profession. And what do you think, how can we implement the system of fast learning in the system of the main courses in the universities, and how can we pass that important, that crucial skills to young people in the world? My question is to all speakers. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, we have 2 questions. One about building on existing skills, including soft skills, and how do employers help with that, not only technical skills. And then we had a question here about fast learning and how can we help to change, especially the education system, to accommodate that.
So maybe I will refer quickly to this question. Well, I'm not so sure about the word fast, but what's important and crucial here is a kind of short, intensive course, tailor-made for certain purposes. And that's happening. For example, business already knows it, that yes, that it's not a solution anymore to send people for 2 years or 1 year to university or any vocational education training center to upgrade employees' competences on the basis of, for example, some kind of post-diploma degree or something like this. This is the past. Although people obviously do it, like, for example, long MBA courses, something like this. Erasmus also provides, so the business already knows it, and business needs quick and short intensive courses for 2 weeks, for 1 month. There is a term coined by the European institutions here. This is micro-credentials idea. Yes, that you get some credentials for a very concrete intensive course that provides you with some concrete skills that you need right now for certain purposes in the company you work in. As far as Erasmus program is concerned, it has also changed and somehow adapted to a new situation, because now, as the university student, for example, you don't need to go to your partner university for the whole semester. You can use Erasmus to go only for 2 weeks, only just to take a kind of opportunity of a certain short course at the partner university, or, for example, to meet specialist or to meet a professor who can, within 2 weeks or a very short period of time, coach you or give you some specialist knowledge or competences that you need right now. So, yes, that's the direction we are going to.
Okay, Marcin, and then Magda, and we'll have to wrap up there.
For this first question, it is really good question. Many times we forget about these soft skills. As an engineering company, many times we're checking the engineering skills of our future employees, but we forget about this. But we have the many trainings for, team working, negotiations, and so on and so on. So as a company, we're making year by year new trainings for our staff. Even, for example, we have the word skills. So another example of word skills. When we find a person who is really good in some skill, no matter what skill, but he is really good in his skill, we have a special team that is preparing our competitors with all the soft skills, team working, and so on. So even in word skills, if the new person incoming as our team, he has special trainers for all the soft skills and behavior and so on and so on. So very good question. We need to always remember about the soft skills because the communication and the soft skills are really important. Especially Paweł told about this person who is the IT guy and he can fix your computer, but he cannot communicate in the company. And he also need to train these soft skills because, if you cannot go to him and talk with him, it's really difficult. So very good question. Thank you.
We're going to have the last response and we'll have to wrap up. Thank you.
Yes, a good question. I think that it's super important that all companies who are hiring new people, they build on existing skills and capabilities of this person. Companies are not the fabric that are hiring people to train them and to ask them to do what they want them to do. Diversity means diversity of the perspectives, including other people, to actually respond to what is happening on the market. So it means that if company wants to be competitive, in the way how they engage people, hire people, and grow people, help to grow, is including their perspective as well. It's not just train the people, hire, train, and ask them to what they think to do. So it's super important to have in companies kind of, I would say, platform to include also ideas and extend the way how they work with the perspective of the others. This is the one thing. And other companies who are not doing this, they will not be competitive. And the other thing, it's about the fast learning. I think, because it's kind of adaptation. Yes, it's super important that we are adapting. Right now it's faster because the world is changing faster. But I think the most important skill it's called the growth mindset. It means that we are open to listen and we are not afraid of really adjusting to new reality. And this is a very important skill. And sometimes if you will join some companies, you will see, especially big companies, that there is a fear, and sometimes you are bringing some great ideas and you will have the pushback because people are afraid. And for you, it's super important that you have also another skill, which is influencing skill, which means that you are able to explain that you are not your ideas in a way that people feel comfortable with that. Because unfortunately, it's not so easy, yes? Even with some new technologies, sometimes even because my teams are also doing the change management for the companies, some simple tools like Teams, it's not easy to implement in the company because it's something new. People who are competent in one day, they know how to work, the day after implementing new tool, they just don't know how to do the simple things. They feel super incompetent. And we need to understand that this is the process, and we need to, it requires time, and it requires collaboration. Definitely adaptation. And I don't know if universities are able to learn, to teach this, but I think it's super important that you will start learning on the job as fast as possible, and start to include in some projects and collaborate and be close with the other people when you are learning. And I think this is another challenge which we have with after COVID, is a lot of young people joining company, and they don't feel even part of the company because of the, the being in digital and not being in the office. I personally encourage you, if you have ability and you are able to go to the office and connect with people personally, do it, because it's just easier.
Okay. Kevin, if you, yes, we said we will always give the last word to young people, but very briefly, elevator pitch.
Yeah, really quickly.
Elevator pitch.
Yeah, just to refer to the first question. The most important thing for young people when we talk about like those soft skills is that you mustn't wait for your, university or employer to create, such opportunity to maintain those soft skills. You as a student, you have to gather with your friends like we do. We create a couple of events during the year, like for 300, 400, 500 students. And we do like some kind of workspaces about public talks or something that during those events, we as a young people, we help our colleagues from, other universities to maintain those skills and to upgrade them to have, your public talks even better than you have right now. But the most important thing is that you can't wait for someone to do it for you. You have to gather with your friends and do it yourself. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that you will all join me in thanking Marcin, Magda, Kevin, Joanna, and Pavel for their contributions and their expertise in this discussion. But even bigger thanks go your way, and I'm really sorry we could not accommodate all of your questions. We'll see if we can try to accommodate this during the dialogue sessions we're going to have later. So again, thank you very much to our panelists. We can now release them to their other duties. If you stay where you are for a moment, if you start moving, it makes me very nervous. If we go back to the program for today, we're going to have our dialogue session starting at 11. If we can make this magic work from up there. If not, if you look at the program, there will be 3 dialogue zones starting at 11 o'clock, and you are free to choose the zone that you would like to spend your next hour in. Okay? So you could spend your time looking at education and growth, jobs of the future, and social engagement. Okay? And if you've got your programs, it will also tell you where those zones are. So if we take a quick break and reconvene in literally 7 minutes for dialogue zones. Thank you very much, everyone. Right. If you're here for the social engagement session, you're in the right place. If you're not, maybe we can convince you that you are. If you want to get closer, because there's not that many of us, to be honest, you know, there's a whole front row that says reserved, but they can only be reserved for you. So if you want to get yourself a front row seat, that's fine. If you hate people and you don't want to be there, that's also fine. Either way works. We're here to look at, well, the different sessions are about looking at various aspects of skills development. We spent, I would want to say, quite a bit of time looking at the business and labor market perspective, but we know that is not only that, and also that there is a soft end of this skill set that we can also talk about. And here we're talking about all forms of social and civic activity and activism, volunteering and cooperation with organizations. And the way that the organizers put this, you know, goodwill might not be enough. You need to professionally manage young people's energy. You need to support them. So this is what we're here to discuss. And I have a, well, I'm still going to call it a panel, but I really want to think that we can make it less formal than the previous session. This is going to be a sort of a welcome space for all of you. And I know that our guest speakers feel the same. So we have with us Irina Bielaeva from the Izjednania platform. It's one of Ukraine's biggest civil society networks, if I can call it that, or platforms that not only bring together, but then also support Ukraine's civil society. And I think you will all by now have appreciated what an immense role civil society has played in Ukraine. In many ways, probably beyond anything we've seen anywhere else in Europe in the last couple of years. And what they've done in the last year was nothing short of formidable. I don't want to use the word miraculous, because sometimes it's a way of discounting things. It's not a miracle. It's just a lot of really hard work, sacrifice, and resources that've gone into this. So that's our first speaker. Then we have Ebbe Fagerlund, who's a young European ambassador. It seems to me that half of the room are young European ambassadors. Well, yes, is that what you are? Young European ambassadors? Okay. If you're not a young European ambassador, you should probably become one, because that's what happens to everybody, right? So I'm not saying it's a conspiracy, but you know, just throwing questions out there. And then we have with us Michał Pachocki, who is from the research and analysis team at the Polish, well, the organizers of the Foundation for the Development of the Educational System, if you even can get to the end of the name, but it's the people who do Erasmus and international mobility and also look at the numbers and crunch a lot of those numbers. Michał likes some of those numbers, maybe not the others, but you know, they do research and see how things work in terms of social activism and volunteering. So the order would be that I'm going to ask each speaker to present, and they have a little contribution. They will differ, but we have a little visual, and Irina will be telling us the story of her work and what's happening with young people's activism in Ukraine these days. And we're going to have Ebbe, and then we're going to have Michał. And then I think we can maybe be a little less formal, so if something doesn't make sense, or if you want to ask a question in the meantime, please raise your hand or throw a small object our way, and we will know you want to ask a question. Is that okay? Yeah, a backpack is not a small object, but just yeah? Okay, fine. Irina, I'll pass you've got the microphone there, and I'll just see if I can get the gods of IT to be kind to us, and if I can ask our IT masters to allow me to show the slide. Oh, sorry, I'm left-handed, and that's not always an easy thing to do. Okay, that the word didn't work very well. Okay. All right. Okay. Irina.
Hello, thank you very much, Max. You promised me to have not official presentation, etc., but the space is really official, and I feel myself a little bit nervous in such role, because Max promised it will be like a conversation with young people. So let's do it like conversation, because I was not prepared to be in the role of, you know, some important speakers. So this presentation also was not prepared for this event, but I used it just maybe to provide you with some figures, and you introduced me as a representative of maybe biggest NGO in Ukraine, Izhar but 2 months ago I was the head of Youth Policy Department at the Ministry of Youth and Sport of Ukraine, and the last 9 years I headed the Youth Policy Department at the Ministry. So I know something about the youth policy and the state youth policy. So your questions about the state youth policy also will be welcomed, and maybe I can answer some questions because I am quite new people in civil society. I also know a lot about the work of civil society, but now I am working in this sphere, and it's extremely difficult in sometimes for me, you know, from the public sector to move to civil society. But it's also maybe in some way result of, I don't know, influence of war, these changes. And I also would like to share some figures. You can see presentation at the Ministry of Youth and Sport of Ukraine together with UNDP and UNFPA. In 2022, in November, made all-Ukrainian survey about the influence of war on young people in Ukraine. It was a big survey, more than 2,000 interviews were made. We also interviewed not only those people who stay in Ukraine, but also who fled Ukraine. So you can find the figures and some answers from those who are in Ukraine now and young Ukrainians abroad. And we also can compare, and I will present you some differences between answers, and maybe you can also realize the needs of young people, etc. I would like to not forget about the topics of our panel, and I will try to make some connections between the figures and how it figures influence young people in Ukraine now. So I will try, and there is the main problems face those who stay. Okay. We asked young people about whether they want to back to Ukraine and whether they want to live in Ukraine. And you can see these figures. And first figures, 66% of young people who are now staying in Ukraine want to stay in Ukraine. They even don't looking for the possibility to go abroad. Every day, Ukraine and territory of Ukraine are bombed every day. But young people still want to live in Ukraine. 66%. You also can see figures, 24%. It's young people who consider the possibility for themselves to go abroad, maybe to study or to, I don't know, to earn money, but also back to Ukraine. So, and only 3% of young people who are now in Ukraine answered that they are looking for the possibility to go abroad. So even despite of war, despite of a lot of difficulties, despite of, I can say, bad economical situation, unsafety situation, young people want to live in Ukraine. And we also asked the young people who fled abroad whether they are plan to back to Ukraine, and you can see figures. We interviewed 450 young people through telephone conversation with them, so I cannot say that it's but so it's also as for us it's also a figures and evidence based and information which we used in our work. And among those who fled abroad, 76% of young people want to back Ukraine. They don't plan to stay in the country where they are now. And when we asked those people why they want to back to Ukraine and what they missed a lot, they answered the space for self-realization. Not economical sum, I don't know, because the salary is higher there, of course. The security situation is the best, even comparing with Ukraine, of course. But the young people need a space for self-realization. They understand that they cannot influence the situations and it cannot influence the policies in the country where they are now. So it's also about the youth participation. What means youth participation for Ukrainians now? It means much more than the spaces for, I don't know, development themselves. It means meaningful life. That's why in this slide I would like to pay your attention for volunteering. 43% of young people answered that they took part in volunteering initiatives and volunteering. So before the full-scale invasion in 2021, only 13% of young people took part in volunteer initiatives. So now it's 43%. So could you imagine? So it's a big number, of course, and we fully understand, but the forms of support, the main forms of volunteering is support of our army force, support in humanitarian needs, and support those people who suffered from war. So a lot of volunteering initiatives are now exist in Ukraine, and young people involved in these initiatives. So I now do not represent governmental side, but I would like to say that the government of Ukraine now trying to do a lot to support I don't know, feeling of volunteerism among young people. They developed a lot of changes into the legislation to recognize volunteerism, how the volunteerism could be from the government side, not just, oh, thankful for your time, but also could be some added, I don't know, added values, some added points in the formal education, etc. So this work is done, and not it's done, but in the process, and young people is involved in this, and these figures really stimulated our governments to do this. So it's also some, I don't know, I cannot say word positive influence of a war, but anyway, we have these figures, and some, on my opinion, some process in Ukraine become more faster. You know, before the full-scale invasion, I cannot say before the war, because war started 9 years ago in Ukraine. I prefer to say full-scale invasion is 24 February 2022. A lot of processes become more faster. Because previously, when I worked at the ministry, it was extremely difficult to explain other ministries. What does it mean, youth participation? Why you should invest in young people? And now, when young people provided by their volunteering contribution, by their work, a lot of examples, our local authorities as well as government on the national level become more open for different changes. Because they understand and practically understand that young people contribute to our victory. So it's also a figures which I would like to share, and maybe forms of volunteer, etc. And I would like to say about the youth centers. I know that it's really important spaces to support young people in different European countries, etc. In Ukraine, before the war, we had 350 youth centers of different forms of ownership in Ukraine. It is possible to establish youth centers by NGO, by local authorities, national business, etc. And there was 350. After full-scale invasion, in March last year, we made a survey, and only 150 youth centers continued to work. And now, 2 weeks ago, we made a new survey. We call everything. We call youth centers from our list of youth centers. Try to find who continue to work, who restart to work. And now 250 youth centers restart their work and continue to work. And we have, thanks to international support, we have a lot of international organizations who supported the establishment and opening new youth centers. So I would like to share with you information that youth centers in Ukraine continue to work, continue to reopen their doors, but unfortunately not all systems will survive. In the Donetsk region, in 2021, we had 163 youth centers, and now, according to our survey, we have only 3 centers working. So 160 centers are destroyed or occupied by Russian troops. So it's also not it's a platform for youth participation, and we lost a lot of youth centers. And it's not only infrastructure, it's also people, it's also a team who fled, who changed their position, who changed their, who find another role in their lives. So a lot of difficulties in the network of youth centers we faced with, but I guess some of those difficulties we already overcome, because we have figures that every month the new centers open their door and open their activities for young people. So we also ask people whether they know about the youth centers, and it's really interesting figures for us, because in 2021 only 20% of young people in Ukraine knows about the youth centers existing. So what does it mean, youth centers? And now, according to these figures, 53 people are informed. 53% of young people in Ukraine are informed about youth centers. So, and 24 answered that they have youth centers in their communities. And why these figures increased? Because the youth centers in Ukraine started to provide different scope of services. Not only, I don't know, some to do youth work, but through the youth work, to provide support for civilians, to provide support for young people, to provide humanitarian needs, etc. So youth centers in Ukraine become not only the spaces for the development of young people, but also, I don't know, driver of changes in the communities. Because with the situation now we have, actually I can say we have no money. We have no own money. We have just money which given us from international donors, international institutions, and local communities suffered from this. And not only one, but most efficient way to, I don't know, to organize work on the communities is cooperate with international donors. And young people are really skillful to work with the project, to work with the donors. And the youth centers and the local communities understand this, that, oh, it's a good cooperation, you know, to cooperate with young people, to organize the work and to provide support for different groups, not only for young people, through the cooperation with the young people. So it's not, I also don't want to avoid the word positive changes, but some, I don't know, some conclusions from our reality, that the youth work, that youth centers become spaces which support not only youth participation, but the process of the development of community, and in some cases, the process of surviving of the communities, because they provide a lot of humanitarian support. And young people really much more flexible to organize this work. So it's about, maybe next slide. Yeah?
See if you have any questions?
Maybe some questions for this slide, for youth centers, etc. Or another one, and I would like just...
Yeah, because we already used 15 minutes, so we have to be brief
Yeah.
on this one.
Yeah. About the problems, I would like just to... Yeah. We can share this presentation if it will be needed after the, this panel. Okay, about the problems, I would like just some conclusions from our survey. We asked young people which problems they faced with in Ukraine, those who stay in Ukraine and those who fled abroad. And of course, the first 46% faced with the problems of connected with electricity cuts. Now we overcome these problems and difficulties, but when the survey was made in November 2021, 2022, it was a lot of difficulties for us, and we, in Kyiv, we spent 1 week without electricity. So we tried, I don't know, to find any possibility to charge telephone, I don't know, to prepare some foods for children, etc. But now, of course, now we haven't such huge problems, but at the beginning, at the end of 2022, it was the most problems faced with young people, lost incomes, and worsening of mental health. And look at this, who's fled abroad? 54% of young people answered that the biggest problem for them is worsening of the mental health. So people who are abroad, they faced not with economical some problems, but with the mental health. They are really difficult because they have no friends, they have no communities to communicate, they don't know languages, they don't have spaces for self-realization, and youth participation in the, I don't know, in some forms are closed for them. So I think that the problems with the mental health, the problems with the health in family, it's also cool because young people living in only in own, I don't know, in own bulb, without communication with friends, with some, I don't know, and even with the relatives, just on telephone conversation with Ukraine. And I have a lot of young people who decided to back to Ukraine, even of danger, even of unsecure situation, because they hard to live without communication, without, I don't know, understanding of meaningful life. What does it mean for them to live? So, so this is figures about the profession. Yes, support Ukrainian to join NATO. Yeah. Just 2 figures about support Ukraine to join NATO and Ukraine to join EU. It increased, of course, and it's expected results for us. So that's all from figures, and I am ready to answer any questions.
Sure. Yeah. If you want to ask a question.
Thank you. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I want to stand for a bit on the topic of the youth centers, especially for me. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Prodromos from Greece, and I'm here with the delegation of the young European ambassadors. So for me, coming from Greece, that we don't really have many youth centers, and especially young people are not very familiar with the concept of a youth center. It was really impressive to listen to you presenting and mentioning like 350, if I'm not wrong, youth centers. So that made me wonder a bit, and I have like a couple of questions. First of all, you mentioned that there are like different types of youth centers. So how does the funding works? And even more impressive for me, difficult, is how does the coordination among the youth centers work? Is there like a standard quality? Is there like, do you follow the quality label of the Council of Europe? How is the coordination? What, if there are like some standards on how they work and what they offer to young people? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yes, before in 2021 we have 350 youth centers of different form of ownership. The youth center established in Ukraine according to the regulation approved by the Cabinet of Ministers, and these regulations provide some framework, which services could be provided, what the forms of ownership could be, etc. But in general, the youth centers are really have I don't know, have a lot of spaces for the building own work according to the demands of young people of the region or the, I don't know, town, city where they are established. So about the money, it's depend on the forms of ownership. If the youth centers are established by the local authority will provide some money for the work of youth centers, for staff, for program activities. If it's established by NGO, in general, NGO apply for grants, and now in Ukraine, I think that youth centers develop themselves through the cooperation with the international institutions. They, together with the different international donors, international institutions, they develop different programs for support of young people, for support of IDPs, for providing different scope of services, career consultancy, psychological support, etc. And through the cooperation with international donors, they organize the work. So now it looks like this, but in general, it should be financed by the owner. So it's about the one question. Another about the coordination. Yes, of course it exists, but on the national level we have all Ukrainian Youth Center established by the government, and this center is under the authority of the ministry. And the main role of this center is to coordinate the work, not control, but coordinate. Just provide a platform for the youth center, communication, networking, provide different scope of trainings, etc. Then, according to in 2021, the new legislation on youth was approved in Ukraine, and quality label, Council of Europe quality label, it's we used it as a base for the development of our own system, and our system we build such systems that on the national level we have a Ukrainian youth center. In each region of Ukraine we have regional youth center and then local youth centers. But unfortunately, the war destroyed our plans, and now in the Ukrainian Youth Center, together with the donor support from USAID, we develop a platform, online platform, where we would like not to register youth center, but provide for them spaces where they could have own cabinet, or office, just to provide information about the work of youth centers, about just to not to coordinate, maybe to support the networking, because exactly we have a list of youth centers, but we don't know what they do now, how they find financial support, what's the difficulties they faced with. And you could understand that we cannot to say in Ukraine in general, because the region, one region, for example, western part of Ukraine, there is quite a safety situation, a lot of IDPs, and the work could be organized in one way. Look on the Kharkiv region. Every day is bombing. Yesterday, Russia bombed cultural building in the center of small city. 10 people injured, 1 people dead. Museum, just museum, could you imagine? And some youth centers in Ukraine also established on the base of cultural institutions. We called them not the youth center, but youth spaces. If you do not have own premises, let's organize work with young people on the base of cultural libraries, etc. And we can call it these youth spaces, and it's also foreseen by legislation. So it's extremely difficult in Ukraine now to provide, general recommendations for all regions and for all centers. But our aim is to survive. Our aim is to support surviving of youth centers. And we fully understand that now the situation is really difficult, and really we cannot give, some recommendations for western part the same as for the eastern part. So I think after our victory, and we believe in victory, and we bring it victory, and youth centers bring it every day by their work as well, we will develop some regulations and standards for youth centers, and it's our duties. It's not our, it's ministry's duties. But the time for this will be after victory.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Irina, for the answer. I think we'll move ahead because we have 2 more speakers. We will probably overrun a bit with this session, but if I can, if I can give you this instrument of power, and I will see if the presentation behaves the way we would like it to, then you might run your own show. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Can you see if you can scroll
yes,
up? Yes,
is it possible just like that?
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Abba. I'm a Young European Ambassador from Sweden and a board member for the EU-UK chapter. So today, we're here to talk about how to mobilize young people, and that's the main thing on topic of my presentation. So the Young European Ambassadors, we are a network connected to the Eastern Partnership countries. I have some of my great co-workers here in the audience today. We talk about a network and a cooperation between the EU and the Eastern Partnership countries, who are Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. In the EU-UK chapter, we are right now 119 co-workers, but we are many, many more spread across all the different chapters. So one thing of the main skills that we do is talk, and we are connected to the youth in our local communities. So I want to learn you about some of the steps and the methods that we use to implement our ideas and the projects today. So we believe very much youth participation, it's being involved in decision making, the political organizations and social movements. However, I experience that many times when we talk about youth as a part of the future. But we need very much to be a part of the now, not only be spectators, but also co-creators in the civil society. So basically, this is a skills training for you, how you can get out into your local communities. So the first step that you need to do is to have a brainstorm and identify the issues that you want to tackle in your local communities. I think many of us know the challenges that we are faced with, and this is also the issues that we prefer working towards and against, as picking a topic of interest also makes us more eager to work towards it. What are we engaged in? Is it possible for us to be engaged in our civil society? This is some of the questions we can ask us, but also, is there barriers that we need to tackle right now? We also might struggle with fighting attitudes towards us, that we do not have the knowledge or we are not organized enough to actually go and create a difference in our countries or cities. So after you have identified the issue that you want to work with, it's very, very important to have a vision and a strategy. Basically, a vision is what you want to achieve. What is the outcome of this campaign? What is the outcome of this workshop? For example, I want you to engage yourself and go back to your countries or here in Poland and actually start a project of yourself. And a good strategy for me to achieve this is giving you the tools to actually know how to plan your activity. And this, for example, some of the main things that you might have to pick is, what is my target audience? And is there anyone that could help me reach these people? Who are my resources? What are my connections? I think many of us have a great network of people who are engaged just as we are, and they may sit on the knowledge that we need to success with this campaign. There are people around us with similar interests, but there might also be barriers, because sometimes actually achieving a good outcome is playing for the struggles and know the struggles and how we will overcome them in advance. Something we also work with young European ambassadors very often is putting things in the bigger picture and have a great timing. We have International Youth Day, August 12th. We have Women's Day, March 11th. Can we put a timing or like a campaign together with this? We will reach more media attention. We will have organizations around us that are more willing to work with these topics right now. And when you have a good vision and a strategy, we also work a lot with creativity. I don't know if you were thinking about it yesterday, but I did during the inauguration. A company had a sustainable energy campaign with a windmill, and then in the middle of the picture, they put a capybara. Did you see this? I did. I was reflecting on it, and I think this is a perfect example of how you can get creative. I think this is also something that the youth could be the best with. We also know what's trending. I mean, platforms as YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok would never have been as great as they are without the creativity from youth people. We know what's going on right now very often, and I think we are excellent at actually achieving campaigns to get a lot of media attention. Besides that, we have the more traditional ways of thinking, but we like to say that don't limit yourself to one idea. You can include a lot of different ways when a campaign to get a media attention and an outreach in different ways. And then, of course, we have the local community, because there's no one that knows your local community as you. In our network, we are spread across many, many, many countries. I am originally from Sweden, but I'm based in Spain. So here you can see a picture from a campaign I organized last year. We were talking about the Eastern Partnership and what they are. and sometimes that's the best start to actually inform about the work we're doing before moving ahead and creating something bigger or a deeper topic. We all struggle with different things, and we all need to consider different things in our communities. For example, I would never plan an outdoor activity in Sweden in October. However, it works very well in Spain. But besides that, we also, I know very well that we struggle with different political situations. We also have different opportunities to actually get support. In the city I live in, Valencia, we are very lonely as youth. We do not have very many active student organizations or EU offices, Europe cafes, etc. Everything is basically based around Madrid or Barcelona. This is something that may be a barrier or a struggle for you. We also have different political situations in the countries we're from. We have a great diaspora, people living outside of their home countries, and etc. However, I think something we have really managed to achieve in our network is actually to collaborate across country borders. We have activities organized in Poland, for example, or we have activities in Moldova where we had the opportunity to go a couple of months ago to learn from each other and to achieve these goals together. And this is something that I really also engage you to do together, because we all, as we say, stronger together, and we have a lot of different knowledge that we could collaborate with. So after you engage during local community, we also encourage you to be inclusivity and think about different things. I mean, we have been offered translation here together, which we are very happy for. But there also be other things, like you need to plan activities in spaces where everyone can reach. You might need to include like aid hearing or visual aid for people. This is something that European Union are very, very supportive of, and there's many resources that you can ask. You also might need to think about other things, such as often women, youth, people with disabilities, but also persons from rural areas are the ones that are most often not included in these activities. So be very selective, like who am I picking to take part of this activity? Try to have various people from different backgrounds, so we all get the opportunity to actually learn from each other. This is a very quick workshop. This is the 5 tips I was put together today. But this is basically, let's call it secret formula, to how you can organize your own local community. Like as we are people working from 16 to 25 years old in our network, and if you start out, this is not the knowledge you are born with. I think we very much have to learn from each other. So this is a very good start. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you for being so clear and concise. Thanks a lot, Ebba. Questions, comments? Can we have the microphone? Gentleman in the front.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Pavel. I have my own NGO here in Poland. We're running for the last 6 years. We work with people from 9 until 90 years old. And we have a team of like 20 people coming from different parts of the world, let's say from India until Canada and US. I think I collected so far one of the best teams in this country. Advertisement, yeah? And the question is, sometimes when we work with public schools, with state schools, believe me, sometimes not here just in Poland, but I think it's around the world. In Ukraine it's the same, in Sweden, yeah? We see hell sometimes. Because especially when we talk to young people, when they're like 12, 13, what they want to do, almost nothing. Sometimes we see in the schools when people are sitting in one table, like 6 of them, 7 of them, they don't even talk between each other. Yeah, they're just facing TikToks and they did you saw this? Yeah, I saw, it's cool. My friend shared it to me. And sometimes when I'm asking them a question during our workshops, like we bring a guy from India who did, for example, yoga with them in English, so they can get to know a new guy, they can try something new, which I think not many people tried with original yoga with original guy from India, which is kind of unique experience. And after that, I'm asking them, so guys, what's your plan for the future? What do you want to do? And they're like, I don't know, McDonald's or something, like whatever comes in mind. And then I'm telling them, guys, but it will be soon replaced. It will be automatic. What you will do then? I don't know. We will figure it out. And I'm a little bit afraid of the future, to be really honest, if it's like this now. What can be solutions? How do you think? Because motivation, you know, is not something that can be forever. It's a wavy thing. You cannot motivate a person for the whole life circle. It's coming, living, should be pushed. And people have to have this idea, how to have this power. What can be a solution? Sorry for the long question, but it was important for me to ask it. Yeah,
thank you for sharing your background. Over to you, and then, yeah, we'll have to move on to Mihal's presentation next. Yeah, go on.
I think I think we are very passionate about the things we work with, and maybe they haven't found their passion yet. Or maybe they are scared that they don't have the knowledge about the next steps. I think also maybe informing them about different career paths. How can I get into this business? What are different colleges? You know what I'm saying? Providing tools or background so they can visualize a path could be a good start of motivating people.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you can do that. You're doing it very well. If you want to acknowledge Eva's presentation again and the answer. Thank you. And Michał, we'll move on to your presentation, again with the awareness that our speakers can further answer your questions in other spaces. But for now, yeah. Michał, did you get the instrument of power?
Yeah, I have
it
already.
All right.
Okay, so...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, something showed.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to check the weather.
Right, so I think my talk will be very brief because I don't have much time. And firstly, I would like to refer to your question a bit because I truly agree we are living now in times of uncertainty. So this is a time when everybody is afraid, actually. And even volunteers, social activists, they are also not very certain of the future, which also affects their work. Indeed, so I would start maybe with something that came up to my mind yesterday evening when I was trying to prepare myself for this talk. I was thinking about rephrasing a bit this question and put instead of how to mobilize young people for action, how to support young people in action. Because still I think it is the case of support instead of mobilize, then you avoid this kind of patronizing action that you just push someone to do something and you just give somebody a ball and let's play, and without knowing any rules and any knowledge of actually what you do. So I think it's better if you provide some kind of support and it should help someone to achieve the right target, to learn how to play this game, because it's still some kind of a game, right? Right, so, and the second thing, as Max said, I work at the Research and Analysis Unit, so I wouldn't be myself if I wouldn't present you some data, but I promise that it won't be very boring. So this is actually a research that was implemented a couple of years ago already. It tackled the previous financial perspective of the Youth in Action program, actually. So we went back to the previous EVS coordinators, European Voluntary Service Coordinators, and we asked them about the skills they learned out during their mobility periods, volunteering actions, and how it actually refers to things they do on the labor market. So you can see that, here, this is a merged degree, so like there were more grades on the scale, but here you can see only 3. The black, I did not develop any competences, and then the positive answer is divided into two answers. I developed them to some extent or to large extent. I think previously there were 6 degrees, something like that. So the less the black, the more skills they perceived in a particular area. So you can see that those which are above, I need to take my phone because otherwise I won't be able to see it. Right, so you can see that those which are above are rather the soft skills related to communication, to problem solving, some kind of advocacy skills if you learn out how to persuade others to things you believe in. And those more hard, like ICT skills, scientific competences, numeracy skills, are much less perceived. So it shows, at least in my opinion, that still you need to get involved in more areas than only informal learning to be really prepared for the labor market. So this is one thing. But the other thing, already you know that I'm tackling some skills, that I need to underline also one thing about volunteering actions and social work. I think this is not the core objective of those actions. So you don't get involved into volunteering, into social action activities, just because you want to climb on the career ladder, just because you need to boost your experience. And I think the case of Ukraine is very vivid in this respect. I don't believe that my colleague or other citizens of Ukraine currently, they are engaging themselves in whole this bunch of action just because they want to boost their career. This is not the goal, right? So this is already like my first answer, what to do to motivate, what to do to persuade. You need to know what is the core objective to do that, right? You need to know why you are actually doing those things. This is the first thing. And now just going back to education areas, I've already told you that there is something else than informal learning. This is formal learning, and this is also world of work. And I'm very into formal learning, actually. What I'm doing on a daily basis at the agency of Erasmus Plus is researching the schools. So mostly I'm involved in schools, and I think this is a very important thing. Sometimes when I talk to people who are much more involved into informal education, into youth policy, any actions undertaken by young people, they seem to be stuck in this informal education bubble, and they think that if you compare formal and informal education, it's like comparing apples and oranges. I believe it's not. I think it has many things in common, and the same education and working, you can see that the same elements, very similar elements, are on both sides. So we can learn in a school or in a company, we can get some experience or some knowledge, we can learn or we can be trained, and we can learn by reflection and by experience. But if you try to place informal education, volunteering, social work, and so on into this pattern, you wouldn't be able to put it anywhere. It's in between, and you could just take out some elements from one and another, and you could put that to construct a new model. That would be actually what you should do. So for me, it proves that you need to take into account those two elements, and especially the schools. So I think if we want to boost young people who engage themselves into social work, for instance, you need to also focus on teachers, and you need to support teachers in letting them understand how the cookie crumbles, how it all works, how extracurricular activities are undertaken by their own learners, by the students, because sometimes they are also not aware what is happening outside the school. So they don't know how to support them. And without such kind of support, it's really hard to equip someone with skills that you might lack just because you engage yourself in a social work. Still, you need something else to enhance your career and to place yourself on the labor market. Maybe some of you know this scheme. It's very old. It's from 1984. It's David Kolb's scheme, but we still use it in our agency to explain mostly young activists how you can learn, how you can draw on experience you gain from youth projects. Usually you do that by reflection, by observation, by putting yourself in a new context to learn what are the factors that decide on how it all works. So you can, even if you don't focus on gaining some skills, you can gain them, even if you are not aware that you actually gaining some knowledge, that you're actually gaining something. This is also a very important factor. So sometimes just because you engage, you'll learn something. And finally, this is a perspective of the labor market. I told you that this is not very meaningful to me to engage, at least in my case, to do something, to engage in volunteering actions or in social work just to boost my career. But still, it is somehow perceived by the employers, and this chart shows you the data from the research that we implemented together with the Cronenberg Foundation in Poland. It was established by Citibank, by the Polish department of Citibank. And we had a sample of Polish enterprises. Actually, this sample reflects the whole picture of enterprises in Poland. So we took enterprises from different parts of the country, from different regions, and also from towns, cities, Warsaw, but not only from huge cities. And you can see which skills actually are the most important when they are hiring young people, when they decide who is the better potential employee. So you can see that hard skills are not so important for them. And the less important on the whole chart is higher education degree. And what is more important, willingness to learn. And I think this is also something which is very important, because it shows that if you establish your goals, if you have a good objective of your work, then you can be focused more on what you do, and you can be a better employee. And I think the same with volunteers, the same with learners. No matter what you do, if you really focus on things you do, then you are good at it. And I think I would conclude with that.
Super concise, thank you very much. Before we move to questions, a lot of data to process. You obviously will have copies of that, so don't worry if you didn't catch all of that. I can never keep up with Michał, so don't worry. This is so we have a question here. Two, so maybe we can take one and the other. Two questions first. If you have comments, please keep them brief.
So thank you. I'm Branislav from Serbia. So I see what the employers like, but from my personal work, I have noticed that the young people have this inherited mentality where they think that the life begins only after the cycle of formal education ends. So they lose all this precious time, and then also they're not familiar necessarily with the ways of acquiring skills outside of the this rigid formal education system. So I would like to ask you for your opinion. What do you think would be the best way as NGO or other actively young people to work, and what would be the best way to approach this issue in the mentality shift? So how do we change the mentality of the people that this is not inherited and we do not have to follow this cycle, and that nothing is guaranteed after the formal education, but rather that we have all of these opportunities and we need to take way more than just what's written in the books? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know how it goes in Serbia. I know how it goes in Poland. And now with population decrease, the number of population, the less and less people are entering the labor market, which affects which skills are needed by the employers. And what I have noticed is that they need more and more soft skills, and also any kind of certificate that you were volunteering, that you were engaged in social work, can serve as an asset when you are hired. But on the other hand, well, I think it takes some time, and it's also up to you guys to persuade people that some things are more important than they think they are.
Cool. Thank you. We have one more question here, and then another one at the back.
Thank you. So my name is Roel. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm a teacher at vocational education. And what I see is that my students, they're not really interested in Erasmus Plus programs. I went on Erasmus myself to Poland, actually, so I know how nice it is and how good it can be. But I see that they're not really interested in it, and they don't really see the benefits for them. So what would you say to them?
I would encourage them to come to Poland, because in Poland vocational schools are extremely eager to take advantage of the program. So it's I don't know the exact numbers now, but I think it's like 10 schools for one place. So usually we have a huge reserved list, and we also involved other sources as an agency, national sources, to finance more mobilities, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to support as many learners as needed. And if you approach me after the panel, I can also share with research we did. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. We had a research with other national agencies on the benefits of vocational learners. And actually, this is very striking because if you talk about hard skills, maybe not so much, but if you talk about soft skills, it's very vivid that learning mobility abroad, even in vocational learning, it can really enhance them. And I don't know how it's in the Netherlands, but in Poland, especially in small towns, sometimes this kind of mobility is a first experience abroad for young people. So before they wouldn't even know how it looks to be abroad in another culture. Even if this culture seems to be quite similar, still they can take something from that. So yeah, in Poland, vocational schools, they love mobilities and they love Erasmus+. So we can maybe serve as a good example for others, at least in this respect.
Okay, so thank you for sharing this example of Poland's love for Erasmus and vocational education and training. Now, yeah, we have one more question at the back, and I'm afraid that we'll have to close there for now, because we'll have to let our colleagues and speakers take a break as well.
Hi, my name is Diana Leluk. I'm a young European ambassador from Ukraine. And as you show us previous page, there is education and work space, and they are quite different. But if to think about activity, they are quite similar to work experience. And maybe my question will be a bit similar to the previous. But as for you, how to make employers take account our activity like we take part of and so on, to see so they can see it much more matter in their work position. Thank you.
Okay, if I could recommend something to policymakers, I would definitely encourage them to do as much as possible to make employers involved in social work and activism, and to let them enter into this field. And I also noticed that those companies, unfortunately, mostly large companies, who are active, at least to some extent, in also this area, they are much more aware what is happening there and which values previous or even current social workers, volunteers can bring to their offices if they are contracted, if they start to work for their firms, for their companies. So I would just make them more aware what is happening also in this area.
Cool. Thanks for this. I think we can park the conversation here and maybe encourage you to have more of this over coffee or whatever unhealthy habits you have in your breaks. So if you join me in thanking Irina, Ebba, and Michał for their contributions, and we pick up later on. So you're free to enjoy this lovely dungeon here until 12:30, and then we have another session of the dialogue zones. 20 minutes. Okay? Thank you. Thank you guys. Sorry, it was not exactly what I planned for it. testing, testing. Ah, the lights. No matter how hard we try, this place still feels like an airport. Everybody's late and there are strong lights everywhere. We might try to reduce this feeling a little bit for this particular session. Right. Before I invite, yeah, is everybody, okay, we have quite a few of you this time. Don't know about you, but this is just not the greatest room for a kind of close quarters conversation and for people to feel that they're part of one conversation. It's great for a lecture, but we don't have a lecture for you. We have a few interesting conversations, just to maybe make sure that everybody's here for the social engagement and leadership session. Okay, because there's we're not where you want to be. Now is the time to vote with your feet. If you're here for this, then I will tell you that we will be spending the next hour exploring the various aspects of social initiatives and leadership within that. And we would like to look at how to best use the resources in young people, how to raise their motivation, how to help them to realize themselves and their ideas, and how to best, get the feedback from them, how to best understand what they need, and how to best provide them with that support. So this kind of support loop, understanding what they need, giving them what they need, and building on that. So Michał in the previous session introduced the Kolb cycle. This is the sort of cycle we'll be talking about here. And before I introduce our speakers, I have this extremely revolutionary suggestion. Can you all stand up? Okay. And maybe just stay like this for the next 60 minutes. No, okay. If you're somewhere in the back row and you really don't mind coming closer, it will really help us to make this conversation a little more sort of direct. So if there are empty rows in front of you and you don't mind moving forward, if I can ask our three speakers, you know who you are, to join me here. We will also come closer to you. We will literally get off the stage. So it's just it's going to be a conversation. It's not going to be a lecture. It's not going to be a interpretive dance. Anybody dancing? No. Okay, well, some of them might. Okay, so we want to, again, wherever you would feel better and closer to us, including the VIP business class seats at the front that are available for a free upgrade. You can do this at any time you want. Right, so I'm going to introduce our speakers. Maybe we sit, can we sit here? Are you okay? Or you want to bring chairs? Or, yeah, yeah? Is that okay? Can we just sit here? I hope I'm not going to get fired for this, but it's just so much easier like that. The lights are still annoying, but at least you share my pain. Yeah, you can sit down, sorry, of course, yes. So again, my name is Max Frass, and I'll be moderating this session or experience, let's call it that. And I have three, I can call them maybe guest speakers for now, and three people with excellent experience in leadership and social initiatives. I told you this is not a conspiracy, but now you'll be convinced it is, because the first person we have is Lilia Antoniuk, who represents the network of young European ambassadors. So again, you've got your young European ambassadors all over the place. Okay. Listen, ambassadors, okay? You can clap for Lilia, that's fine, that's only justified, but you also, if you do this, you also have to clap for my other guest speakers here, okay? Is that a deal? All right, and I mean, let it be known that Georgi is a dear friend of mine, and if you do not comply or behave, he will know about this. And I'm not remotely kidding. And he can be furious in his anger, yes. Okay, Olha Menko, who's a chief editor of a local Ukrainian community portal in Krakow, in Poland. And we've totally violated protocol here because I'm introducing Marina last, and that maybe is a good testimony of how cool Ukrainian government has become, and they're okay with this. Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports, Marina Popatenko, okay? That is... With another youth ambassador, there you go. And in this case, contributing as a translator, Marina will be speaking Ukrainian, which I hope you will enjoy, but if you enjoy it only a little because you don't understand it, we're going to have translation, okay? Thank you very much. Right, so here we are. Social initiatives, leadership, how to get it right. We're not looking for sort of general recipes for everybody. We want to hear from all of our speakers, and then we will have an opportunity for you to ask questions. As I did in the previous session, if you have questions or no, immediate reactions, but short, please. You people like to talk, and that's good, but keep it short if you don't mind. And so we're going to go in this order of speech. We're going to have Lilia first, and then Ola, and then Marina. Is that okay? Well, we've already changed the order to slightly non-standard. So we will depart from the point that government is there for us. So you have social activists, and then we let the government speak as well. Okay? So yes. Do you want a microphone, or are you okay?
If you don't mind. So hi again. It's not a surprise. I'm from the Young European Ambassadors Initiative. And actually, I know that some of you have already participated in the previous session. One of my colleagues, Ebba, has already presented the initiative. But actually, if we are talking about leadership today and leadership now, then it is important to stress that the Young European Ambassadors Initiative unites young leaders. So this is first and foremost. These are not just, people whom we took from the street and decided that now you're a Young European Ambassador. There is something that unites all these people, which means that there is something what they share, the so-called shared values, shared beliefs. In particular, they believe in the European integration being one of the key values for EAP countries and understanding of the benefits of the cooperation with the Eastern Partner countries for the EU member states. Thus, today, one of the first aspects which I will touch upon will be actually that leadership in social initiatives, it is actually based on trust and community. And trust and community is something which derives from the shared values and beliefs. But actually, the second aspect, which I will touch upon a bit later, is responsibility. Because when we talk about leadership in social initiatives, when we talk about civic society, about activists, we should talk about responsibility. Besides being the coordinator of the Young European Ambassadors, I have the other ego, or the other part of my life. I am the executive director of the NGO Women's League. And since 2020, our NGO implements an amazing project for girls 14-16 years old, which is called Girls Leadership Academy. And actually, the aim of this project is to help them to become the better version of themselves, developing their leadership skills, their potential, and actually getting to know themselves better and the world around them better. And one of the key ideas which we would like the participants of our project to take after they graduate is actually the fact that leadership is about responsibility and consistency. Only these two things can create the feeling of safety, which is in fact what every human being needs. We like to feel that we are in a safe place, that we are in a place where people support us, in a place where we have the like-minded people around us. And while I'm talking about the Girls Leadership Academy, I would like to use this opportunity and to thank Ms. Marina and the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine, because they are the ones who shows real leadership at the state level, and in particular, they support the implementation of this project, which shows how important young people are now for state bodies in Ukraine. So thank you very much, Marina, especially for you and for the Minister of Youth and Sports of Ukraine and for the whole team. Thank you very much for that. last aspect, which I will talk about a bit later, the final aspect, is actually courage. Leadership is about courage. Courage to lead and courage to create the version and the vision of the future which does not exist yet. And now I refer back to the first point: shared beliefs, shared values, the feeling of community. So leaders are those who create the vision of the future which does not exist yet, but which they would like to, to reach together with you, together with the followers, because leaders has followers. They do not have employers or something like that. They have followers. So actually, let's start from the very beginning. I know that I have around 5-7 minutes, and I'll try to use these minutes to the best. So talking about the first point, trust and community. Leaders and leadership is about giving people the sense of just cause. So people should know why they are with you. Unfortunately, in social initiatives and in social sector, there is not much money, usually, unfortunately, which means that you cannot give the people you work with a lot of material benefits like money or some social insurance or something like that. We would like to have it, but sometimes we don't. I don't have. But yeah, there should be something different. But people are willing to, to contribute. People are willing to work for free, to sacrifice their time, to work 24/7 if they trust you. And this trust is based on your shared values and shared beliefs. And for that to happen, you should be able to articulate, to communicate your values and beliefs to people. So my first piece of advice for you as leaders would be try to get that skill of communicating, articulating your beliefs and your values. Practice, practice, and practice. You can practice using Miro, you can practice using your cat, you can practice using your friends. Practice articulating your values. They should be simple. People should understand them. To share something, people should understand what you want them to share. So please, try to make sure that you know how to articulate and communicate your values and beliefs. Actually, have you ever heard about Simon Sinek? Can you raise the hand? 1 hand. 2, 3. 3 hands, okay. 3 hands. It means that I will tell you something new. That's good for me. But Google him. Just Google him and try to watch a few of his presentations. He has an interesting idea of a golden circle. Have anybody heard about it? Golden circle? One person is nodding, well, 2, 1 is raising the hand, that's fine. So actually the idea is that everything you do should be built around 3 questions. Why, how, and what. Usually, ordinary people, they start from what I do, what is my product, what is the service I deliver. But leaders, they start from the opposite. Leaders start with why they do it, why you should join us. This is that justified cause. And here I will give you the example. Like, for instance, if people ask me, what is the Girls Leadership Academy about, or why I would like them to join it, something like that, I can say something like that. It is a series of 10 online sessions with the leading women experts in different fields, followed by an offline study visit to Kyiv, implemented using Zoom with the partnership with the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine, and so on, and so on, and so on. Please, if you like my idea, join me. But frankly speaking, like, this is a long speech, and most probably you've got tired already when I mentioned the word Zoom. But there is the other way to articulate it. I will not say that this is the ideal way, but this is a bit different way. So, for instance, I can say that we believe that in the 21st century, there should be no discrimination based on sex, based on gender, based on age, based on the place of your residence, and everybody should be able to become a better version of themselves in this world. To make it happen, we as NGO implement the project which is called Girls Leadership Academy, and we do it thanks to the support from the EU for Youth Alumni Network and the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine, using different technologies and so on and so on. So if you believe in what we believe, in the world of equal rights and opportunities, join us and become the part of our community of like-minded and progressive people. Trust me, community, the sense of community is extremely important for all of us as human beings, because the sense of community is the sense of safety, and the authentic community can be built only on shared values and beliefs. Next is responsibility and consistency. It is impossible to be a leader today, to have a day off tomorrow, and to go back to your leadership role in a day or in 2 days. Because leadership is not a position. As I mentioned, if you're a leader, you have followers, you don't have employers. So the people around us, they should have this feeling of safety. And if you're not consistent, there is no this feeling of safety. So try to create this feeling of safety for them. Only in such case, people in your social NGOs, for instance, they will stay with you. If they feel that they are safe with you, that you back them up, that you back your shared values and beliefs. Be consistent as a leader in social initiatives. Create that feeling. And last, as I see that time is running, actually is courage. Everything that I have mentioned above cannot be achieved without courage. It's incredibly difficult. It takes tremendous effort to be different from all our other people, to act in a different way. It is about challenging yourself every day and every moment of your life. For instance, on the one hand, you have to be consistent, people should trust you, but on the other hand, as a leader, you should be ready to be able to have this capacity for existential flexibility, which means that it is the capacity for you to make a significant change, strategic shift, because you found a better way to reach your cause, to reach your goal. And at this point, I would like to conclude my part of this speech about leadership in social initiatives using the words which I've heard in one of the Simon Sinek's presentations. So Google him, trust me, or YouTube him. I don't Google usually. So the phrase is the following: we come and we go, and the game continues with us or without us. But every single one of us has a choice to choose how we live our life. To be the leader means to be the person that when we live the people's life, they are better because we were in their lives. They are grateful that we were in their lives. And this is about leadership. So try to build a community. Try to have your justified cause. And try to make yourself a better version of yourself and help the people around you to become a better version of yourself. This is about leadership in youth initiatives. This is how the leadership in youth initiatives, in my opinion, should be built. And I believe that in Young European Ambassadors Initiative and in the Girls Leadership Academy and all other unique youth initiatives that we have in Ukraine and which are supported in particular by the Ministry of Youth and Sport of Ukraine, we have this sense and this feeling. So thank you on that, and I will pass the floor again to Max.
Thank you. Just to check, do we have any immediate reactions? Please, if comments, please keep them very short because we need to give time to our speakers, or questions. All right, don't watch it now. It was a trap. Don't. Yeah. Questions? Okay.
speaker to speaker. First of all, I want... Передусім, я хотіла би подякувати Лілі за таку натхненний спіч. І як справжньому лідеру від Міністерства молоді та спорту я хотіла би передати почесну грамоту, яку я вже вручала вам, Лілічка, в онлайні, але я думаю, що це чудова нагода передати вам її зараз в руки від міністра молоді та спорту України.
Does anybody else have an award for a leader? Now is a good time? No? Okay. Any other comments or reactions? No. Yeah, more clapping. Always welcome. We can never get enough of this. If there are no comments immediately, we can come back to some of those points. I'll pass the floor to Olha.
Hi, my name is Olha. I'm Ukrainian, migrant. I'm 27 years old. So basically, I'm one of you, I'm a young leader. During last year, our foundation has helped over 1 million people to get access to the information. We have helped over 100 families to get evacuated from Ukraine, and that's for families who have had children who need palliative care, meaning temporarily ill. We have helped over 6,000 families to find a safe space where to live longer in Poland. Today I'm going to talk how is it possible for all of you to actually make great initiatives. How did I get there? How did Erasmus help me? And also how to avoid the biggest mistake you can do when you will be doing the projects, or maybe you are doing the projects, in which you would like to involve Ukrainian people with refugee background. So I will start from the story. When I just moved to Poland, I barely spoke Polish, so my biggest challenge was to get to the shop. I was learning how to ask for a package when I was buying things, and every time when I was getting to this woman, I was forgetting this word. Later, I have learned 3 different words, how to ask it. Reklamówka, siateczka, torebka. So when I was coming closer, I was closing my eyes and I was telling reklamówka, siateczka, torebka, reklamówka, siateczka, torebka. And then I was opening my eyes and I was forgetting again. I was totally blocked. This is what usually happens with people when they are moving to other country. It's like you have learned how to live your life, you know the rules, you know the language, and then all of a sudden you are getting into another place where you cannot even ask for a package, to put your food in a shop. The biggest thing I needed, it was information. I'm adult, I'm not stupid, I'm not helpless. So I didn't need anyone to take my hand and to bring me everywhere. I just needed the information so I would be able to overcome my language barrier. I needed the information, how should I communicate with those new people in a new country? I needed the information, simply have to use the transport. I'm not even talking about healthcare system or, I don't know, education or human rights. So during the first 3 months, I was looking for a job. I was sending my CVs and no one was calling. In Ukraine, I was coordinating international projects. The biggest project I coordinated was involving 10 countries. But yet, when I moved to Poland, no one was calling. So I was not even coming through this first stage, when before the interview they are calling to you. And at some point I thought, okay, I'm on a deepest bottom. I have nothing to lose. Why not to try to do something I really like to do, meaning journalism? And I started asking people, is it possible for me, for a person from Ukraine who doesn't speak Polish so much, to become a journalist in Poland? Most of the people were laughing. They were telling, no, it's totally impossible, because even those people who speak Polish very well, they cannot find a job because of their accent. However, I was asking and asking and asking, and in such a way, I got to the newspaper, Ukrainian one. My first salary was 180 zlotych for one article. It's like less money than you need to get to the shop and buy your food. Yes, one reklamówka, exactly. However, I was proud because every time when my friends were asking me, so how is your life in Poland, I was able to finally tell, yes, I have found a job. And I'm working in my profession, even though like it was one reklamówka, exactly. But in this way, I got into a new society. I started getting to know people. I started working with different foundations. By the way, like my first job, I received not because of my skills. I needed to go to the doctor. And as a migrant in Poland, you don't get health insurance. So they hired me just because I would have health insurance, so I would go to the doctor. And I don't have to go to Ukraine to visit a doctor. But later they told me, okay, you seem to be like a smart person. Maybe you would like to work for sure, like for real. And that was my first experience of getting a job. Later I got suggested to create an informational media for migrants because someone has realized that like over 10% of Krakow, it's Ukrainians. And I felt like, everything was bringing me to that point in my life. And we started doing that. And all the time, I was thinking, which information do I need as a migrant? We were those people for whom we were writing articles. But we didn't want to make a media which would just, just writes whatever and receives the biggest amount of views and earns money. We wanted to give people help. That's why we started working with different foundations. We started working with local authorities. At the beginning, it was extremely challenging because I was 23, and when I was coming to local authorities, and there was 40 years old man near me. All the questions, I knew answers, were asked to this man. And they were asking me, how do you like the city? Where are you studying? And then I realized that I want to be persistent. I want to be strong enough so it's impossible not to see me and not to know that I'm the person who's doing this job. So we started building more and more cooperations, and here I come to my second point. The greatest support I have received was Erasmus Plus programs. Those key competences we were mentioning, which are mentioned all the time, and those skills, it's true, it will help you. You will learn how to communicate, you will learn how to solve problems, and you will learn how to advocate. And that were three main points which helped me when full-scale invasion in Ukraine has started. Thanks to ability to cooperate, thanks to trust we have built with different NGOs, we were able to help over 1 million people with information. We were able to find the flats where to stay, and we were able to help even those families who have children with palliative care. That's very strange when the member of your foundation is calling to get the helicopter. It's from the person which is trying to say, hey, that's me. You shouldn't talk to this man. That's my responsibility. All of a sudden you're becoming a leader of the foundation which is working with ministries, with European Commission, and with UN agencies. So the third part, the biggest mistake and how did it work for us. Usually I say that if you want to help someone, ask this person, what does this person need? That's the first rule. If you want to help people with refugee experience, ask those people what do they need. So when you are helping people with refugee experience, you are getting into humanitarian aid sector. And I would like to share with you two main principles. First one, to do no harm, and the second one, needs-based approach. So the biggest mistake you can do now, as people living in Europe, you can invite for the common space representative from Ukraine and representative from Russia without letting know Ukrainian person, Ukrainian refugee, that there you will see the person from Russia. I know the conversations about good Russians, about opposition, that it's not their responsibility of the war. Like, I'm not going to talk about Russians, I'm going to talk about people who face the war. Like, one of the basics which were mentioned by previous speaker is building a safe space and its responsibility. When you are a leader and you're doing a project, you are responsible not to do harm. And you are responsible to build a safe space. When you are inviting the person from Ukraine, especially with refugee experience, and person from Russia to the same space, you are not having the safe space for the one who experienced the war. I have had like the experiences when I was leaving the conferences because no one informed me. I have had the experiences when I was sitting near girls which are crying because no one told them. At the same time, and now small interaction, raise your hand if you have ever felt uncomfortable to give feedback to anyone. And imagine that you move to other country which give you shelter, food, everything, and this country most probably support Ukraine, you are dependent. Then giving a feedback, it becomes much worse. So basically you are having a power over this person. Most probably this Ukrainian woman will never come to and will not tell that I feel uncomfortable, I don't feel safe, but yet they will feel and they will never come back. Just because they don't feel that they can tell you what is wrong. Like you are the country, like you're from the country which is receiving. And they're afraid that in such a way they will make you stop helping Ukraine, what basically is the most important for all of us. And if the basic principle of humanitarian humanitarian aid is to do no harm, in such a way you are harming people. Ukrainians telling that they are suffering when they have to be in the same space with someone from Russia, because the war is still going on. Because we still read the articles about someone beheading the soldier, about someone killing, or someone raping the children. I'm sorry, because this is the truth we are working with as young leader. I would like to stay in a beach, to drink my cocktails, but I have to read those articles. I have to work with this. I have to come to people and tell, please don't do this, because you are harming someone in such a way. So, summing up, if you would like to be a young leader, and if you would like to do a great projects, you need to try a lot of times, and it's not so easy, it's very difficult. Second, you need to learn basic competencies, exactly those which you can learn in Erasmus Plus courses or youth exchanges. And the third one, if you want to help people, don't think about yourself and what you want. Think about those people you would like to help.
Thank you. I'll pass the floor back to Marina, and Katerina will be translating. Marina, over to you.
Thank you. Почну, напевно, з того, що лідерство – це насправді надзвичайно велика відповідальність. Вона має бути усвідомлена, бо я би назвала лідерство – це квиток в один кінець. Коли ти береш на себе відповідальність за будь-які суспільні ініціативи, які ти хочеш і можеш реалізувати, і ти маєш розуміти, що це надзвичайно велике навантаження, коли ти можеш не належати сам собі, але ти вже належиш тим людям, для яких ти щось робиш.
I would start from that point that leadership is a great responsibility, and this is the great pressure that is put on the leader. And I would even to say metaphorically that leadership is the ticket to one end. So you have the great pressure on yourself for realizing and for taking such responsibility.
Лідерство відкриває в житті насправді абсолютно нові можливості і відкриває дуже багато дверей, які ти хочеш в житті для себе відкрити. Це абсолютно новий світ, але кожен день в цьому світі є як нові виклики, так і те, що ти маєш нове усвідомити, і те, що ти маєш нове зробити.
I would rather to say that leader does not belong to itself. Leader belongs to everyone, and I would rather to say that leadership is the great opportunity which opens up new doors to you, gives you new opportunities. However, we need to acknowledge that leadership could give you a lot of as positive things, but a lot of challenges that you must acknowledge, undertake, and take responsibility for that.
На сьогодні світ живе в дуже непростих умовах, і ми живемо в дуже непрості часи. Якщо подивитися на контекст України, то українці, українські люди, українська молодь стикнулися з тими викликами, з якими ми не були знайомі вчора, і українська молодь була готова, на мій погляд, взяти на себе відповідальність і об'єднувати навколо різноманітних ініціатив людей і проявити це суспільне лідерство, яке так необхідно було в країні.
I would like to say that we live in a completely different world now, in pretty complicated and difficult times. And I would like to point here the Ukrainian youth, which in my opinion was ready in that time, during even the escalation of the conflict, to take such responsibility, to unite people around itself.
Якщо дивитися глобально на світ, то світ дійсно теж дуже швидко змінюється, і світом рухають технології рухають ці зміни, і ми маємо відповідати цим технологічним змінам. Відповідно, маємо постійно вчитися, освоювати нові навички і, власне, теж брати на себе відповідальність за суспільні зміни, які пов'язані з технологічними змінами.
The world does not change in one place. It is going, going, and going. The technology is boosting the world, and we must learn it. We must learn the new world, we must learn technologies, and we must take such responsibilities.
Я думаю, всі відчуваєте, кожен в своїй країні, як світ насправді іде до трансформації і потребує трансформації. І насправді я щиро вірю, що саме молодь може взяти на себе лідерство в суспільних ініціативах, власне, лідерство в змінах і трансформаціях, які у нас відбуваються, і має надзвичайно великий потенціал бути справжніми змінотворцями, бо ми вже сьогодні змінюємо світ з вами.
I assume that all of you feel this transformation in the world, all of you in all of your countries. And I assume that namely the youth, they are change makers and they are responsible to take such responsibilities to face these challenges because they have this potential to fulfill this task.
Якщо, наприклад, говорити про українську молодь, я би хотіла розказати декілька практичних прикладів, як реалізація деяких проєктів наразі вплинула на трансформацію в молодіжній політиці в тому числі.
I would like to mention the practical side about talking about the Ukrainian youth, how the transformation of some political projects help and boost the Ukrainian youth on taking such responsibility in fulfilling their leadership goals.
До 24 лютого попереднього року ми достатньо велику увагу приділяли розвитку різноманітних інструментів, такі як молодіжні центри, молодіжні ради, підтримка громадських організацій, розвитку різноманітних компетенцій у молодих людей, відповідаючи на їх запит. Це різні лідерські програми, тренінгові програми абсолютно різних напрямках щодо розвитку громадянських компетенцій і так далі, і так далі, і так далі.
Before 2022, before the escalation of the conflict and the war in the territory of Ukraine, I would like to say that we, from our side, we've been working on the development of different instruments, different youth center, youth spaces for them to develop their leadership skills. We boosted the different political instruments which would help the youth to fulfill their task and to fulfill their dreams on this path of building their leadership.
Я можу вам сказати, що це була достатньо непроста задача, тому що в умовах децентралізації, яка так само паралельно відбувалася в Україні, достатньо важко було просувати і адвокатувати інтереси молоді як самим молодим людям, так і на урядовому рівні, тому що громади переживали трансформацію в економічній складовій, в соціальній складовій, і, відповідно, не завжди молодь була в акценті.
It was a complicated task indeed to fulfill this transformation because we were in that time in the period of decentralization, of the transformation on different levels, political, economic and social. And for sure it was difficult to implement this task on both levels, on political, and it was difficult for sure for the youth to implement and to dive into this topic of the leadership.
Але що сталося 24 лютого? Молоді люди, усвідомивши, що це наша країна, це наша земля, і ми відповідальні за те, що тут відбувається, і те, що може відбутися далі, маємо брати на себе абсолютно різні ролі і брати на себе абсолютно різну відповідальність. Хтось взяв зброю в руки і пішов захищати країну зі зброєю в руках. І зараз в лавах Збройних сил України понад 200 тисяч молодих людей.
But the point of no return, it was the period of 24th of February of 2022 where the war started in Ukraine, because youth from completely different triangle look on the situation of the fulfilling their task and their duty to the country, to the society, to the future generation. They completely re-acknowledge this position, and basically they did it from the different perspectives. Someone became an activist, someone became a young volunteer, someone now in the army. And for example, we have the military people, and it's count 200,000 young Ukrainians.
Це треба аплодувати нашим захисникам, які щодня ризикують своїм життям, щоб ми в Україні могли, щоб я до вас могла приїхати і з вами говорити.
We need clapping for our military defender, for our military young boys and women who are defending and taking the risk every single day for us Ukrainians living in peace and having a certain stability at our home.
Але ті молоді люди, які обрали для себе інший шлях відповідальності за все, що відбувається навколо нас, взяли іншу зброю в руки. Вони взяли до озброєння допомогу іншим. І я можу наводити приклади і великих ініціатив, і я, напевно, вже на багатьох спічах говорила про ініціативу «Співдія» і не буду про неї заглиблюватися. Я розкажу про декілька локальних ініціатив в невеликих громадах. Наприклад, місто Львів. Це велике місто, в яке поїхало достатньо велика кількість людей з перших хвилин. І те, що відбувалося, наприклад, на вокзалі в Києві, це не передати словами, наскільки люди хотіли швидко поїхати в безпечне місце. Але те, що робили молоді люди в Тернополі, у Львові, те, що робили молоді люди в Чернівцях, тобто в тих областях і громадах, які є південніше, які є західніше, власне, куди переміщалися українці, вони не просто об'єдналися навколо потреби, вони будували швидко цілі системи допомоги українцям саме в тих напрямках, які вони потребували.
And I would like to talk about the other group of people with a different weapon, about the young activists which took on them the initiative to help the people to transform these changes. And I would like to talk about different initiatives, practical initiatives and practical instruments. I do not like to talk about Spivdia because I've already mentioned it quite a few times. I'd like to talk about something local. For example, the city Lviv. It's on the very first days after the escalation of war, this city accumulated a lot of refugees, a lot of Ukrainians from the different parts of our country. And for example, I even could not give you the feeling what was happening in the Kyiv station, in the train station, how many people were leaving this city to go to the Lviv. And I would like to point out that people, young activists in Lviv, in Chernivtsi, in Ternopil, they took this initiative, they took this weapon to help the other people who were in need.
Так, наприклад, в місті Львові, маючи розгалужену систему молодіжних центрів, молоді люди почали об'єднувати волонтерів і формувати систему послуг для того, щоб не тільки закривати гуманітарні питання, для того, щоб допомагати логістично людям, які переїжджали, для того, щоб допомагати їх розселяти, для того, щоб надавати першу необхідну допомогу у побудові нових соціальних зв'язків, які так потребуються в новій громаді. І, власне, в що це переросло? Це переросло в те, що зараз по всій Львівській області активно починають відкриватися молодіжні центри як одні з інституцій, які допомагають, власне, інтеграції молодим людям, які, не тільки молодим людям, в принципі, людям, які перебувають в нових громадах. Це переросло в те, що по всій Львівській області в громадах починають збирати такі суспільні ініціативи і обговорювати за участю нових людей в громаді, а як мають далі розвиватися громади. Тобто це вже йде і об'єднання, і інтеграція в нову побудову нової реальності в тих громадах, де перебувають люди. Це дало можливість зрозуміти, які найнеобхідніші послуги, і відразу серед тих же людей, які переїхали, знайти якісних спеціалістів, фахівців, які можуть закривати потреби тих же людей, які переїхали. Тобто відразу інтегрувати від потреби в надання послуги.
Continue to talk about the local level of changes and of the young activists. I'd like to point out on the Lviv region, which is completely now changed, because young people, they had this ability and they continue to do this, to unite, to collaborate together with the other people, to provide the important necessities and the help to those people who are in need. Like, for example, the shelter, legal, support help, psychological help, to help socialize those people, those Ukrainian refugees, Ukrainian people who came from the different parts, from the different regions of Ukraine to Lviv, to find this safe place, to find their safe place. And I would like to point out on those Lviv young activists, which now build completely different system of the activism. They use completely different instruments. They talk, they basically push these topics, they continue to talk and collaborate.
Є другий цікавий приклад. Всі ви чули про місто Маріуполь, яке ми обов'язково відвоюємо, яке обов'язково знову стане українським. І відбудуємо. Що робить молодь Маріуполя? Молодь Маріуполя, як достатньо проактивна соціальна група у себе в громаді, коли виїжджала звідти, то є у нас така активістка Аліна Козицька, вона є керівницею молодіжної ради Маріуполя. І вона, коли сама змогла евакуюватися, почала об'єднувати навколо себе, знову ж таки, молодіжну раду, яка знаходилася по всій території України і не тільки. Молодих людей, які роз'їхалися по всьому світу, почала знову формувати з них команду, доєднувати до цієї команди нових активістів. І, власне, зараз молодь Маріуполя відкриває молодіжні простори як по всій Україні, як частина великої ініціативи «Я Маріуполь», так і по тим країнам, де знаходяться люди з Маріуполя, для того, щоб об'єднувати громаду знову. І наступним кроком, коли вони зараз формують нову стратегію розвитку свого міста, яке буде відвойоване і відбудоване, то, власне, надзвичайно важливим є компонент, а як молодь бачить нове місто, як вона бачить нові стандарти життя, як вона візуалізує нове місто і що вона може і хоче там зробити.
Another interesting case is the city Mariupol, which would for sure be Ukrainian. We would regain it and we would recover and rebuild this wonderful city. And I'd like to talk about the youth of the Mariupol, those young proactive people which are really, really proactive in fulfilling their task of the young leaders. And I'd like to give you the particular case of Ms. Kozitska. She was the young activist, and she started to unite people, to unite and collaborate with the young people around her, and to push this work on the different step. And now, the step by step, they building their community, and they now discussing the topics, how they would like to see their city, what changes they would like to see. So they working on the new strategies of rebuilding and of improving the city of Mariupol.
Таких прикладів дуже багато в кожній громаді в Україні, коли є чітке розуміння і усвідомлення зараз, що молодь – це не просто ресурс, що молодь – це не просто наше майбутнє, молодь – це надзвичайно важливий потенціал, який треба активізувати, який треба чути, якому треба протягнути руку для того, щоб разом будувати і майбутнє, і разом відбудовувати те, що ми маємо, і разом трансформувати нашу країну, і разом будувати шлях євроінтеграції до Європейського Союзу.
We have plenty and doses of such cases and spectacular examples of proactiveness of the youth in Ukraine. However, we need to clearly understand that youth is not simply a resource. It's a potential for our country to build it, a potential to transform, and we need to work with them together. We need to provide the support. We need to listen, to hear them, to give them floor to talk, because only together we could build the future of our country, because the future is impossible without our youth.
Ну і, власне, розуміючи, що ми маємо максимально зараз зосередити увагу на те, щоб утворити якомога більше абсолютно різноманітних можливостей, де молоді люди можуть проявити себе і долучатися до відновлення і відбудови, власне, своїми ініціативами, як на національному, локальному рівні, у нас абсолютно відкриті можливості вдосконалювати національний план відновлення країни, до кого може долучатися абсолютно кожен українець по всьому світу. Так само ми зараз формуємо великий майданчик «Є молодь», де хотіли би, щоб це була єдина точка входу до поінформованості молодих людей про абсолютно різноманітні важливості як в Україні, так і поза межами країни. І це питання цифровізації в тому числі. І, власне, зосередили свої зусилля на тому, щоб розвивати молодіжну інфраструктуру і розвивати молодіжні ради як інструмент демократії, проявлення демократичної позиції молодих людей в Україні, через які найбільш ефективно залучати молодих людей до суспільного життя в своїх громадах.
Acknowledging this, the Ministry of Youth and Sport are understanding the importance of supporting the youth infrastructure, forming the youth circles, forming the youth centers, and working on this issue abroad and in Ukraine to support young activists, to support young people, to provide different opportunities, to develop different instruments, for example, as the youth infrastructure, because it is the great element of the development of the democracy. And together, working on this, we would like to implement the strategies of European integration by using such elements.
І це все потрібно для того, щоб формувати нове середовище лідерів, щоб підтримувати існуюче середовище лідерів і, власне, щоб формувати свідоме покоління для відновлення і відбудови України.
And all of this important to form the new generation, to form the new space for young leaders to recover, to rebuild our country in the future together.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers, particularly to Marina, for sharing what is, I understand, immensely personal and painful, and also thank you for being such a supportive audience. I think it really matters that we're here in this space that understands and supports each other, and I know you're here for Ukraine as well, so thank you, guys. And on that note, if there are any comments or questions, yeah, just before we move, so we have one, two for the first time? Two for the second time? Okay, so we have two. So we're going to have two questions, and then we're going to let our panelists respond.
Yeah, hello. My name is Pavel. It's a small comment and an example. I will try to make it as short as possible. I'm from Belarus. I have my own NGO for the last 6 years. Yeah, we work here in Poland. We work with kids since 9 years old until 19. And we have a team of 20 people coming from different regions, from India until Canada and Ireland, and they're doing a great job. And I want to give you an example. This is comment, yeah? It's all started around 3 years ago, I think, when we felt changes. First of all, there was president elections in Belarus, in my country where I'm from. So a lot of Belarusians moved here to Poland, together with their kids. We felt them a lot. Then we had war in Ukraine. Of course, many kids came. Then we had a lot of Russian families coming here. Believe me, there are a lot. And we had one example in your city where you're coming from, yeah, where you are now, in Krakow. In one class, there was 12 years old guy from Russia, a person from Belarus, and Polish people in one class. They had an issue that the guy from Russia didn't went to the school for 1 month because all the classes are in Polish, he cannot understand, he cannot express himself, and he was in panic. So they invited us to help them somehow. So that was a really challenge for my team to do it. And believe me, from what we saw there, because I brought there like 3 or 4 people trying to different stuffs and skills and some sports and activities outside, it was very complicated for us. And believe me, all of those 3 nations suffer a lot. They don't want to come back to their countries. They don't trust their government. And in Poland they find peace, but still inside it's very complicated, very huge process. So it's not just Ukrainians. I support your country, I love your country, I love your Polish, I love your people. I traveled to your country, I don't know, millions of times. But, you know, all of those people are suffering greatly. And we try to do something to make this happen, and in the end, like on this day, everybody was speaking in English, including this guy, but it was very challenging, believe me. And yeah, that was a small comment, maybe, from my experience. Thank you so much. Sorry for taking a lot
That's
of
fine.
time.
Thank you. Again, if it's a comment, please keep it short. We really should value our guest speakers' time and give everybody space.
Hello, Michał Pietrzok, Fundacja Europejski Instytut Outsourcingu. Also I wanted to put one layer maybe on those speeches, because we heard a lot of stories, also successful stories of young leaders, of young organizations. And there is also one more thing which is very, very important, might be forgotten in this first flow, which is sustainability. Yeah? So this sustainability is extremely important also for those who are bringing their hearts on their hands to help, because they are forgetting about themselves. Yeah? So then, after first weeks of support, some of the organizations already started to think about some mental support system for the volunteers, for example, because they don't think about their well-being at all. And then, how to keep this support? We need to keep the supporters. Yeah, so this is actually what I wanted to say. And the same is about the organizations, yeah? And those projects which you started. Sometimes everything is fine, but then financing finishes and we don't know.
Okay, valuable comment. Now, only questions? Okay, if you want to. Sure, that's fine. Yeah. So there will be the last round here. So we're going to have short replies by our panelists. Marina?
Про волонтерів хотіла прокоментувати. Насправді ми бачимо це і в великій кількості в Україні, в великій кількості організацій, і не тільки в Україні, в великій кількості організацій, які працюють з українцями по всьому світу. Про вигорання волонтерів, вигорання людей – це дуже важливий аспект, з яким треба працювати. І якщо говорити про ситуацію в самій Україні, то так само усвідомлюємо, що питання ментальної підтримки людей абсолютно різних. Дітей, молоді, дорослого населення, жінок з дітьми, ветеранів. Це різні портрети абсолютно соціальних груп людей, абсолютно різних соціальних груп людей потребують зараз уваги. Я не можу сказати, що ми даємо рішення для абсолютно більшої кількості волонтерів, але те, що розвивається з Українською волонтерською службою і ті матеріали, які можна підчерпнути на національній волонтерській платформі, вони є достатньо корисними для того, щоб працювати з волонтерами і надавати, і продовжувати надавати їм підтримку, і, власне, формувати цю систему постійного супорту в команді, саме для волонтерів. І цими інструментами користуються команди. І, власне, в Україні працює достатньо велика кількість організацій, та сама організація «Єднання», наприклад, які постійно супроводжують організації саме у підтримці роботи з волонтерами, це не тільки волонтерський менеджмент, а саме психологічна підтримка волонтерів в тому числі. Тобто надають інформацію, інструментарій, як працювати з волонтерами саме в такій ситуації.
I'd like to give the comment about volunteers that we as the Minister of Youth and Sports, we see this tendency that a lot of volunteers, they could basically load their activities, they could burn out mentally, and we understand that not only in Ukraine but in the other countries of the world, it's a great problem, and we do not underestimate this quest of importance to help and support volunteers, and on the national level of volunteer system, we have those instruments, we have those layers, those pillars which help and provide supports. We have the separate communities of young activists again who basically only work and provide help and communicate with those volunteers for providing the mental support to them.
Якщо говорити про підтримку населення, то на сьогодні разом з першою леді країни напрацьовується системна програма, як працювати з абсолютно різними категоріями, як розвивати цю культуру звернення до психолога в першу чергу, і, власне, як розвинути цілу систему звернення до психолога і не тільки, скажімо, побудувати таку декілька ланок психологічної підтримки людини і розвитку її ментального здоров'я через культуру, через спорт, через будування соціальних зв'язків, через різноманітні заходи інтеграції і реінтеграції, тобто побудова системи ментальної підтримки здоров'я населення.
Today, together with the First Lady of the country, we work on the system to build such support for different categories of the society. So not only talking about volunteers, not talking about children, but the society as the whole, to talk about how to provide such support, for example, with the help of psychologists, how the people could come and tell about the problems to psychologists on the different levels from the different type and different categories of the society. And we keep working how to help mental recovery of people through the sport, through the culture, through the psychological help.
Я думаю, це буде достатньо цікава модель, яку можна буде вивчати в Україні, бо той досвід, який вивчаємо ми, і Ізраїль, і не тільки, він цікавий, але Україна має дещо іншу ситуацію, і, напевно, ту модель, яку ми напрацюємо, вона буде цікава для досвіду іншим країнам. Не дай Бог комусь таке переживати.
I think that this model would be quite interesting because the unique experience of Ukraine and working on such model would be quite interesting for the other countries because we do not wish no nation to experience such a thing that experience we now, so that this model would be quite helpful on the different levels for different countries.
Okay. Okay, so I think I will comment on two comments. First of all, thank you for your job, because you're doing a great job. Second, I think that we should use resources we have possibility to use. So, for example, for schools, there is a possibility to get multicultural assistance in Poland. And this is something that helps in the situation when kid does not come for 1 month for the studying because of language barrier or lack of integration. And basically each school can get the multicultural assistant and can get funding regarding to Polish law. What I was telling, I was not telling make Russians suffer. I was not telling make Russian kids suffer. Everything what I was telling, if we are talking about an adult people, and if there is a possibility to make someone suffer less who experience the war, let's do it. But I was not telling that others are not suffering and like, it's not about closing eyes on the problems. It's if we have the possibility to make for someone less pain, then let's do it. And on the second, we have had a volunteer. She was coming to our shelter. She was working for 5 hours. Then she was coming to the job. She was working for 8 hours at the job at night. Then she came back to our center. And she was working for 8 hours more. Someone has noticed it, and she was asked to leave to other room so she would rest. She started cleaning the room.
And she comes to me and she says, you see, they asked me to leave that room, so I'm cleaning here. And she tells me the story about no sleeping, no resting, and like I'm mentioning that, you know, you cannot do like this because you will not be able to help others. And then she tells me the story like, because that was the beginning of full-scale war. You know, my daughter is there, and my mother is there. I cannot sleep. I cannot rest. 2 days later, she didn't come. And I knew that finally she can rest. And that I got to know in such a way that her children and her mother is in Poland and they're safe. Sometimes the need to do work, it's not about, like, we are helping others, but we are also helping ourselves. For Ukrainians, possibility to make something in a moment when you are in other country, it's better sometimes than psychotherapy, it's better than resting, it's better than going on a walk. Because it helps us to feel that we are making some efforts to over this war faster. At the same time, of course, we are like trying to check that people would rest enough, and usually we are sending them to authorities, like to the people which are important for them. So we have had the meeting with a psychologist, who is a war psychologist, who's working with soldiers. And this person told to them directly, you know, the rest is part of work. If you don't rest well, you don't work well. And then we are coming again, you are harming others if you don't work well. So after that, our volunteers starting to rest a bit more.
So actually, just to summarize what my colleagues have mentioned and what I've started with, being a leader is not an easy task. To lead other people, you have first of all to define your own just cause, to define your values and beliefs, to understand how to articulate them to others, how to make sure that the other people understand what you mean, what you actually want them to follow, to build a community and to make that community a safe place for everyone, for each and every person in that place. I am sure that you are able to become the better version of yourself, and that if you choose the path to make others, to help others to become the better version of themselves, you will succeed in that. So be leaders, lead, be courageous, and don't be afraid of that.
Thank you so much again for being such a supportive audience, but the hugest of thanks to our three speakers who have given us so much in this short space of time. Thank you for opening up. Thank you for sharing. And what you said is obviously, you know, you share so much, but, you know, when I see what you do for your communities and what you do for Ukraine here in Poland, across borders and in Ukraine, I have immense sense of gratitude, and I bow my head to the work that you do. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Jest już teraz. Okay.
Raz. Works.
Raz.
So we start in 4 minutes. So please come closer, because if we have some questions to you, or you have some comments or questions. Okay, so let's start to
also be on time with finishing and giving you the afternoon. So thank you very much for staying till the end and joining the last panel. My name is Marta Brzezińska-Hubert, and I'm very happy to welcome you. And our topic now is your future at the labor market. And I would like to start with presenting the panelists, so our experts. So let's welcome Łukasz Łata from Katowice Metropolitan Area. And Łukasz is Deputy Director at the Department of Social Economic Development and Cooperation. Thank you. Evgenia Petrivska, key expert in labor market and youth employment at the EU-founded program EU for Youth, Youth Employment and Entrepreneurship. Wojciech Gola, key expert at the Educational Research Institute, supporting the development of the integration qualification system. Wojciech is also a social researcher, outreach worker, academic teacher, and trainer, as well as project coordinator in the fields of youth and education. Yes. And last but not least, Przemek Krawczyk, geologist, founder of educational startup GeoLearning. And Przemek is also community specialist at the University of Warsaw Incubator, supporting young entrepreneurs, mentoring them, but also hosting podcasts that are related to youth entrepreneurship.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. And of course, welcome all of you who are experts as well. It's the panel that talks about you. So we will really warmly encourage you to ask questions, to give your comments, and to take an active part. So if you still want, there is an invitation to come closer. We will run with microphones, so yeah, to facilitate that, whenever you feel like you want to become closer, just change your place. Okay, so we would like to start with some questions to you. Please take your mobile phones. We will use Mentimeter. So go to menti.com and yes, we have this. Okay, so you can also scan the QR code or use a voting code 19110254.
It's 911 in the middle, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
19110254. So a moment to scan. Okay, I can see that already some people are answering. So let's present it. So the first question is, what do you believe is the best way to increase your employability? And the options available are having a good and recognizable diploma, building an outstanding professional portfolio, making a lot of social and professional connections, getting as many jobs and volunteering experience as possible, starting your own entrepreneurial activity, and also, if you think that there is some other ways, you can also tick this option. So let's see. It's dynamically changing. So a moment to, okay. But I think we have some winners already, the options that are winning. Building an outstanding professional portfolio and making a lot of social and professional connections. Wow. So I think this event might help you in both, yeah, the participation here. So a very good choice. And We will, just in a moment, we will come back to that question. There is another one. Does undeclared work violate fair labor standards? So, slightly different one. And you have 4 options. Obviously, yes. Not sure, educate me. Who cares, I need cash. Or, no, rules are overrated. So, make your choice. So thank you for this diversity of answers. We have all options covered, actually. There is some need for education, but there is some need for money too. And the option that is prevailing is obviously yes. Okay, we can come back to that later too. So thank you very much for your engagement. I will close it for a while, okay, or we can leave it here. And I have a question then to our panelists. Wojciech, according to research, what young people from Gen Z, you probably heard it a lot of times already today and yesterday. So what young people from Generation Z need at work nowadays?
Thank you, Marta, and thank you for invitation. At first, I would like to say that according to my age, I would get a label of millennial. And it's a little uncomfortable to explain to you what are your values, your choices, because as Marta said, you are the experts here. I only read some surveys, data that reach answers from your peers. So it's a little uncomfortable, but I will take this challenge and will like to talk with you about this. But what these surveys say us about how changes and what are the changes in attitudes towards work among young people, among people who are called Generation Z. There are few factors, few incentives and few sets of incentives that young people think it's important in work, in the job market for them, when they apply for a job, when they're searching for a job, and a good job environment for them. And one of the first most important things, it is something that is important to people regardless of their age, of their generation, is the good salary and good compensation and attractive and adequate salary for the work you do. And it's important for everyone. What changes is some other sets of factors. The first set of factors that is important for young people, for Generation Z in work, is something that wasn't as important for older generations. It's thinking about work-life balance and well-being in work and in job environment. And what does it mean? It means friendly, good atmosphere and work, good relations with other co-workers, but also specific styles of management. On the previous dialogue panel, there was a discussion about leadership and about why young people are not engaged, and there was a topic and discussion about being rivalry and about competitiveness in the workplace, and why are not young people competitive anymore. And this is something what changes, because as surveys said that young people prefer more democratic way of management, of work, more good relations, lack of stressful situation, and competitiveness gives you stress. So this is something that young people prefer not to have in their job environment. What another thing that gives you this work-life balance is flexibility. Flexibility in time and in space, flexible hours of working. Also remote work, having a possibility to work from home are some things that young people often value. And also something that emerges, and this is, I think, also important in this situation, in this event, the need for more openness and more diversity, more inclusive environment in work. We're working in a more diverse teams with different cultures and bigger diversity. It's also important. And another set of factors which is important for young people is thinking about self-development and self-realization in work. It's important for them to work in a place that gives you opportunities to develop. Young people, I think that you do also, know that world is changing fast. You won't be working in the same industry probably for the whole life, and you won't be using the same skills for the whole life. So you need to gain new skills, have opportunities to reskilling, for upskilling, to have clear paths of development in the organization that you work in. And this is also this important aspect. And also in this set of factors, possibility to be have self-realization in work, self-fulfillment, to do what you think is meaningful for you in your work. Not only work for money, which is important, but also do something which is meaningful. Another, the last important is stability of employment. I will be ending it. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm talking too much. Last thing, that being said, those are surveys that say who are young people, but each of you, I think, are wondering, do I fit in this description? And you don't have to, because on the individual level, young people nowadays, they see they have a lot of opportunities, they have different values, different background, and each of you can have diverse values, diverse needs, and this is not shown in these big researches, big surveys with statistical data, and we should also remember about this, that we should look at this diversity in this generation.
Yeah, so it's definitely kind of a label to be labeled Gen Z representative, but as Wojciech said, you are really unique. Yeah, so but for sure, what you can do, maybe you have done it several times, I don't know. With all that have been said, these work-related values, to check which of these are the most important for you personally, yeah? And how much maybe they are already present in your life, in what you are studying, what you are doing, volunteering, and so on. Yeah? So how much you are really following your values and beliefs. We also touched these myths and stereotypes that are related to Gen Z when it comes to employability. But then, going into the area of entrepreneurship, Przemek, I believe there are also some stereotypical perceptions that are directed to young entrepreneurs. So what you can say about it? What do you observe while working with young, innovative people?
Yeah, sure. You know, I'm not sure if you can relate, but as I can see, there is a lot of pressure on people, especially young people, to succeed. Now, yeah, you are 22, 25, yeah, and first you try to reach to people by LinkedIn, or you can scroll the TikTok or Instagram. You see the success stories, yeah, overnight successes. People are posing in front of their cars, which are borrowed, by the way, or leased. they are not theirs. You open the newspapers and you have rankings like Forbes 25 under 25, yeah? And you're like, what am I doing with my life? I watch Netflix, I'm going to a vacation, and in the same time they are succeeding and they are like here, so what should I do? Yeah? And for example, if you are seeking for the job, you see the ads, and it's like you have to be under 25, but you have to have the 15 years of the experience, yeah? In the same time. So I was like, there is a lot of pressure, and I want to say it's perfectly fine to hesitate if you are young. It's perfectly fine to maybe do some gap year after your high school or in the middle of your university journey. It's perfectly fine to do some, for example, volunteering. We are in the event organized by the Polish Erasmus Plus agency and the European Solidarity Corps, so they have plenty of possibilities to make some volunteering. What is more? Yeah, I know. You have, generally speaking, free resources in your life. It's like your money you have, the time and the energy. So when you're young, Gen Z, for example, like now, you don't have so much money, yeah? Unless you are like Roy, family, inhabit kids from the succession, so you inherit a lot of money. But generally speaking, you don't have money, but you have plenty of time and you have a lot of energy, yeah? So you can invest those two, and it's important when you will where you will invest. In the incubator, University of Warsaw incubator, where I work, people come to us, they want to create a startup, do some social activities, etc. But I ask them, how is your experience in that field? For example, you want to create some, I don't know, educational startup, yeah? And they are like, known, but I will learn somehow making a startup. So, of course, sometimes there are some once in a lifetime opportunities, yeah? And you feel now or never. I have to start because in a couple of months it will disappear. It was my case. I knew and I felt that this is this window. I can create my own company, but probably in a short time it will disappear. So I made it. But sometimes it's good to do some part jobs, maybe some volunteering, to get familiar with the field you want to be focused in, and then with this experience, yeah, with those mistakes you didn't pay for, but your company paid, and new networking experience, you can succeed.
Yes, so thank you very much, Przemek. At this moment, we would like also to ask you if you have encountered any expectations that are based on research or some image of young people right now in media, or yeah, through this, let's say, kind of stereotypical perceptions of Gen Z, that hindered you from advancing, moving on your professional path? Any examples, maybe, of such barriers or stereotypes? If somebody would like to voice it up or share with us. Yes? Okay.
Yeah, there is one question.
There are some volunteers with microphone coming. Mm-hmm.
Hi, hello, I'm Ilina, and I'm from Moldova. Yeah, actually about stereotypes, it's this thing what you said, that we're watching Netflix and doing nothing with our lives. But actually, for me, this is like a motivation to be more perseverant in my school, in my extracurricular activities, to get involved more in civil society work outside school. So actually, for me, these stereotypes are something that motivates me more to work and to demonstrate that actually we're an amazing generation and we can change the world, and starting from our community even. But also, sorry, I had another question to you. Maybe I can ask it now or after.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, so back in Moldova, I'm part of a project, and through this, we're going to open several entrepreneurial hubs. So I would like to ask, what kind of services would it be suitable to provide for youth to be able to come to these hubs and maybe help them get an idea of a business or help them develop one that they already have?
So this is the question about support that you can get.
About not the support, but what kind of services should be there for them to benefit from?
I can answer this question. It seems like something similar to the incubator I work for. Yeah, so we created this hero's journey, and we was thinking which steps you have to achieve to create your own company, to make a startup, yeah? So we indicated like 5 or 6 big steps, and we know that people that come to us, they are on some different stages, yeah? Sometimes somebody's coming to us and he's like, I want to be very proactive, I want to do something, but I don't have any idea for now. So we try to organize some workshops to, activate your brain, and maybe this idea will come, yeah? Somebody's like, I have an idea, but I don't know how to make money for it, yeah? So it's like the business model seeking. So we have this path, and people come, and we try to choose the perfect step for them, and it's like somebody's in the very beginning of this journey, somebody is in the middle, but we try to fulfill the people's needs.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, of course, you can answer.
I would add here also that the very important also thing to let people think about the access to the labor market, or to the market, the national and international. The very important is to let them to think about the innovative ideas for their businesses. It might be also helpful for them to get more information which kind of the ICT tools might help them to develop the business. Because again, I saw you had the session about the AI, and there are so many websites and there's so many tools that might help young people, and not even young people, to develop the business and not really invest their own time to think about the posts for social media. The ChatGPT might be the perfect CMM, by the way. Really. You have to try, you have to train him. Canva, the other tools might really save your time or the businessman's time to develop the posters or whatever you want to put in the media space. So this type of things, and of course the business formulas, because it might be that the person already born with this, kind of the intuitive entrepreneurship mindset. But for the other people, they feel like, yeah, I want to start something, but I need more information. And of course, there is no time for him or her to go to the high school and to go to the university and sit for 5 years and really learn a lot. We all want to have the fast learning. And there are plenty of the e-learning courses free of charge, like the self-paced e-learning that may help you. to get the very basic business formulas, to calculate your profit, to calculate your loan, and etc. This is the stuff that I think it's important to offer in your center.
Thank you so much. Łukasz, and also from this local perspective, imagine there is a person from Katowice and wants to benefit from the fact that there is the metropolia that supports young entrepreneurs. Any advice on something that this young person could actually benefit from being here, being a citizen of Katowice?
Okay, I do my best. Hello, everyone. I can compare my professional experience with with people who are also joining this panel today, but I am for this, if we want to name generations, so I'm from the yellow one. Definitely, when I was finishing my high school and starting to study, so we deeply believe that getting as many jobs and volunteering as possible to gain some experience. And every generation for me is a generation for a change. Has chance for a chance, for the change. And the same is now in Silesia and metropolitan area. We are sometimes smiling, joking that DNA, in our DNA is transforming, still transforming. And we are just at the next part of this transformation process. So I think that all attitudes mentioned today, like Netflix, languages, foreign experience, and so on, are needed now. And you can use them for a change. Change your life, your ambitions. It depends on your ambitions only. And you got the opportunities now, better than me, in my opinion. Now you speak better English, other languages, and so on. I started to learn English thanks to Metallica and Guns N' Roses years ago. You got those opportunities for a change, because now we are in a different period of time, and we try to support this metropolitan area, for example, education and science, directly answering your question. And we, 3 years ago or 4 years ago, our not government but board issued a financial tool which is called Metropolitan Fund for Supporting Science. And there are special dotation funds for our universities, and we're supporting some researchers, some new way of learning, education, some projects which say, okay, stay with us, stay in metropolitan area, go to study here and then work here, and as well as we also supporting some changes, a kind of Erasmus, when, for example, professors abroad are able to come here, but from the best universities all over the world, and make some lectures, come on, researchers and so on. So I think that this is, for us as a metropolitan area, is important to create and to support this chance for changes. And it's also in your hands, because as you can see, tools, you have many tools, and some easier access to media, information, and so on. And this is advantage, and sometimes could be a trap. But you are the leaders. You are like this Google Maps for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can see that the topic of entrepreneurship and being able to implement your own initiatives is very alive here. So I would like to ask if who is actually already on this entrepreneurial path? So you have created your own entrepreneurial activity. Yes? So raise your hands. Okay, great. Do you have any best practice to share? So something that really helped you on your way, or some specific support that you received from institution or a peer, whoever, that you think that might be helpful for the others? Yes, I can see your willingness here, so yes.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Pavel. Once again, I'm from Belarus. I have my own foundation here, but we are for profit. So it's all started, of course, without a team, you're nothing. The most important thing is people. Without other people, without other support, you cannot do anything. It's impossible. So the most important one is to be close with smart people only, work with smart people only, collect them together, make them follow your ideas. And of course, it should be something that people do something for other people. If you do anything just for money, if you talk about business, you'll never get them, never. Money is not the aim, money is just process. You just do stuff that you like, what you enjoy doing. This is the most important in any kind of business entrepreneurship. Mm-hmm. And then the money just counts on your account, you open your phone once, oh, 1 million already, okay, cool, continue. And yeah, this is the most important, collect the smart people around you, make them follow your ideas, and then the things will go slowly, 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 and then everything will be perfect at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. More or less, thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody else would like to? Sure, yes, yes.
Maybe I would add
Yes?
one thing,
okay.
connecting your point of view and what you said. And I wanted to say that looking to this most
chosen
checked answer, this is another resource that you have, except those three about you told, that social resources, people we know, people in our friends, community, co-workers, family. It's a very strong resource in succeeding in everything.
Yes, so again, I already said it on a previous panel that you can use this forum and to make these connections and to start thinking, creating your international projects within Erasmus+, but maybe also more towards social entrepreneurship or business-oriented actions and so on. Okay, let's move to another, let's say, myth or trend, which is now quite like easy to observe, which is connected with new forms of jobs. We talked about like this, job that you are being hired, employed by someone, making your own business, becoming freelancer, but there is a lot in between, yeah, and for sure. We all know this, let's say, who knows the gig economy, the term of gig economy? Raise your hand. Or platform. Yeah, you all know, because actually this is, for example, Uber. So this is on location, platform determined routine work. Yeah, but at the same time we have also platform determined, but online, very specific kind of jobs in IT area or some designers, yeah? So they are people with specific skills that are being employed on demand by the employers or just for projects, yeah? So it's a project-based work very often. So it very nicely complements sometimes this process between actually being hired somewhere and having all these, this stable job, but at the same time, sometimes something that you don't really enjoy that much, but also becoming an entrepreneur, so going on your own, which of course requires a lot of courage and social connections and so on. So this is somewhere in between. So on the one hand, for many people, it's a great opportunity, but also we know that there are some traps, there are some say, pitfalls and things that young people should take in consideration while going into this kind of jobs. Evgenia, can you tell us more about it?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
So
this is very much.
Switch the slides.
So as you can see, it's very much connected with that question of undeclared work, because sometimes, very often, this is the case.
Yeah, so let me start first of all with by saying that, of course, the gig job, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's undeclared job. Huh? So you could be, for example, as I, full-time employed by a Lithuanian company, but I'm doing really gig the gig work on the project that Marta presented. And less likely you would expect from me, from the EU expert, the answer to this question, who cares? And I will tell you, who cares, really? Because, I mean, this is like the two sides of one coin. Everything that you need to know, it's your right. And you need to know where to find your right, your labor right. You need to know, what does it mean, fair labor and decent work standards. It's so boring, right? So, I mean, all these definitions. But you have to know that. And all you need to develop is your critical thinking, the ability to formulate the question and get the answer, because nobody will give you really the answer. I mean, of course, you can find the other experts, or you can find your friends, and etc. But you need to have this ability to ask yourself, to create kind of the mind mapping, and to select the right answer. What I mean, for example, the undeclared work, or when you're working for the Uber, Bolt, for, I don't know, making some design online, working for the projects, you might definitely miss the job security. Okay, I will tell you the examples. Okay, I will skip the definitions. It might be question: who is paying taxes? Who is going to pay for your insurance, for health insurance? How you can calculate your vacation time? Because yeah, you can really work a lot. You are young, you don't need the extra vacation. But then, after years, your body will tell you, hey, it would be good to have actually the vacation time. Who is going to think about your maternity leave, for example, if it happens? I'm not going to tell you anything about the pension system, especially in Eastern Partnership countries. But still, it's a question mark, if you are doing some savings. If you want to take the credit from the bank, will bank give you the loan? Less likely if you are working for a short-term contract. So all these questions, it's about the undeclared work. And then vice versa, if you're a full-time employee, if you enjoy your office time, if you have some free coffee, cookies, you have your security, insurance, whatever, but you are somehow chained, right? So you don't need, you don't have a right to have some extra job because your employer told you, no, you're kind of slave, you are working just for us. You don't have the time, for example, yeah, you don't have this kind of the inspiration during the day to work. You just want to go in the forest and enjoy the time, the spring or summer there. So, and you can't do that. You're chained, you're in the office. So the freedom for the full-time employment, you're paying by giving to the employer your freedom. And there are really a lot of examples. So, and by saying who cares, it means that your basic rights are within the labor code. It's the main document, it's very long. It's like a really long read, but you have to know about that. Your basic rights about the decent work standards, both for the short-term contract, for the undeclared work, for everything. The fair labor and the decent work standards, you may find at least the basic definitions and the basic rights in the European Pillar of Social Rights. And if you're coming, for example, from Armenia and Azerbaijan and you are not a member of the EU, it doesn't really matter because it's for everyone, for all countries in the world. It's a basic rights. And your labor codes in the countries are basic rights. And you have to know the basic rules of this life for labor, because then you can answer to the question, or you know where to find and how to react on some examples or the actions from your employer about the harassment, when it's about the harassment, or when it's about the violation of your basic rights for vacation, for overtime, and so on and so forth. By saying that the critical thinking is important for you, again, you have to, you can always select. if you want to go to the office or you want to take or you want to really to start your business and then share the room with the Airbnb service, right? And you have to think, okay, maybe this is the time I'm going to work, but then I have to rest. This is the money I can save from my business or from this short-term project and pay for the insurance, for the health insurance, because obviously you have to pay for yourself. This is how I'm going to pay the taxation, because this is very important. It's important for your country. It's important for yourself. Later, I will tell you, sorry for this long speech, and later we will present you in the Padlet some nice games. For example, I have something to demonstrate for Moldova and Georgia about the fair labor and decent work standards, and then some tips for Armenia and Azerbaijan. But it's in the end.
Yes, because we know that our time is limited. That's why we prepared some Padlet with resources for further exploration. So if there is something that, oh wow, I would like to know more about actually this fair work standards, or I want to know more about the research about Gen Z, because I'm Gen Z and I would like to know what people think about me. So this will come. Still before at the end of our panel, you will have an access to a Padlet, which also will be open for your recommendations, ideas, comments, and so on. And now we have a comment from Przemek, right?
Comment, okay.
Comment or compliment.
Yeah, but I want to add something. For me, personally speaking, if I pay higher taxes, I expect better social services. For example, bigger taxes, better hospitals, better education, etc. Yeah, but I have an impression that in Poland those two are not correlated at all. The bigger taxes are, the worse social services are. So maybe it's some kind of a capitalistic approach, but I'm like, if I will save on taxes, I believe I can locate this money better. For example, to prepare for my retirement and invest better than Polish social government will do it. I can, I don't know, sign in for a private health insurance, etc., etc. So I have a conclusion, because it's not like I'm so free market. Here is the opportunity for you, because you can vote and you can choose the politicians, the government you believe they will take care better of you. So it's not like you cannot do nothing with that, zero taxes and create the whole world by yourself, but you can decide. So I encourage you to get familiar with the programs of political parties before the elections, and maybe let's try to choose those who fits you best.
Mm-hmm. So for now, what we can see is that very often what is important, the conditions that a particular job offers you, or the opportunities for the young entrepreneurs, so the factors that are really directly connected with work, but also the broader environment. Yeah? So also the institutions, the local institutions that are supportive or not to the needs of young people. But also we made these interlinks between the governmental support, the possibilities for young people, so that they can also meet their needs connected to well-being and so on. So a question to you, what would you need, what has not been said yet, which would stimulate your proactive attitudes on the labor market, or your well-being at work? Any ideas? Any proposals? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Olga. I'm working in NGO. So usually when I'm meeting with entrepreneurs or people who have some business, sometimes they like hide their eyes and they tell like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not like changing the world, I'm doing something meaningful, but I would like just simply to earn money. And I'm thinking that more and more we are getting into this pressure that your business idea should change the world. It should have a great mission. It has to be meaningful and important. But what if people want just simply earn money? Like, if I can take care of myself, no one else can like have to take care of me. So it's already good enough. So I'm thinking, what if you have less pressure on a big mission, but just simply take care of yourself and just earning money, it's okay. Maybe it would change a bit the situation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Could I address it for a moment?
Okay.
One or two sentences. This is something I was talking about at the beginning, to know yourself, know your values, what is important for you, understand it. What support sometimes it needed is, for example, career guidance or counseling that will help young people to find what is important for them. And I did also some qualitative research that were interviews with different people about their careers, about their educational paths, and there are differences. For example, one of my young women that started to work in big company with in big corporation, she says she's going there to get money to fulfill her dream of being an artist and doing it outside of the job. Job is to get money to do something constructive, but my life is outside my job. It's also okay, but sometimes your job is your passion, and it's okay too. Different lives, different values, different ideas about what is important.
Thank you. Maybe still there are some voices from the audience. Yes, please. Thank you.
Just to continue, maybe from my perspective as also employer, because I'm running two non-governmental organizations, we would like to provide some activities and we would like to follow our mission. But without money, it's impossible usually. Yeah? So also that's why money is needed. Unfortunately, it is our capitalistic world where we are, but me, as the leader of these organizations, I need to be aware always to pay for my employees, to give them this money every month. Otherwise, they will starve, they will not work, and we will not realize our missions, our projects, and so on.
Thank you. From this perspective, we have one more, and then we move to our panelists.
Yeah, I just would like to comment shortly on what you have said, because many people think that money is needed to do something. Sometimes it works opposite, and in my example it was like this. When you start without no money at all, totally, you can do stuff, and then money is coming. They will find you. You don't have to run after them. They will run after you. When they will see you in the field that you're doing the right stuff, they will come up. They will be guys calling you, emailing you, please, can we please invest in you? So it's not a problem to start something when you don't have the money or you don't have grants or anything else. You can run it, you can do stuff without it, and then everything will be smart and fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to also continue in this flow because we talked about it yesterday when we met in the evening. So, who would like to, Przemek, and this entrepreneurial mindset in the difficult times, when there is inflation and a lot of challenges.
Yesterday, yes, I was radical. Yes, we discussed it, and maybe it's important to highlight it. Everybody's saying that we are living in the difficult times. My mother's told that, my grandfather told that, but I have an impression that these are really difficult times, the inflation, the climate change, now the second stage of the Russian aggression, so we can have really an impression that it's difficult, but you have to remember that first, from my point of view, my entrepreneurial point of view, when you want to create some product or service to deliver to the clients, you have to solve a problem your customer have, or fulfill some need they have. So those maybe problems, those challenges we have now in the world, they create opportunities also, yeah? So in the example of the climate change, there is a problem, and we know that we have to act, because in a couple of years this planet can be too hot to handle, but it creates in the same time some need we can use creating a new entrepreneurship. This is my first insight. And my second insight, referring to you, sometimes the lack of money is the problem, but too much money is also a problem. And from my point of view, for example, somehow the European funds given to Polish startups, they ruined Polish creativity and innovations, because the innovation is born when you lack something, when you lack money, for example. Yeah? So the real innovation, the real startup mission, from my point of view, is create a value cheaper, faster, and better than your competitors. Yeah? And you can do it when you lack something. So maybe you can treat this world economic situation, for example, like an opportunity to be creative, to do something better, cheaper, faster than the people do it already, and you will succeed.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes left. So as Evgenia was saying, we would like to share with you some ideas how to support your actions on the labor market from different perspectives. So if I could just ask to show my screen now. Oh, yes. So just at the very end, we will display here a QR code for this Padlet so you can enter. And now, if you could just share what can be found here when it comes to the tools, concrete tools that have been developed in the countries that we also have representatives from the partner countries. Yeah?
Okay, so I'm just going to present the stuff that I uploaded on the Padlet, and it's about the European Pillar of Social Rights. I refer. It's your basic rights, in a very simple way, with the nice icons, and it doesn't matter from which country or which regions you are, or which generation. It's for everyone. So please go through, use this tip from the European Commission to get the basic understanding of your rights, of your labor rights. And it doesn't matter if you want to run your own business or you want to be employee. It's for everyone. And then as I said, for Georgia and Moldova, in Romanian and Georgian language, you can play in Telegram app game called Fair Labor. You can select the role of employee or employer, and then go through the different scenario. And then at the end get the list of, again, of your basic rights. But unfortunately, it's in 2 languages right now. I'm going to make it in Ukrainian soon. Yeah, but and maybe for Azerbaijan and Armenia, it will come later next year. And for Azerbaijan and Armenia, we have something the 2 podcasts about, again, the basic labor rights and the career guidance in the country. So the 3rd podcast in English, while the first 2 in Armenian and Azerbaijan language. But those who are from those countries, you can also scan the barcode and get to know a little bit more about how your countries support the access to the labor market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any still comments? No? Okay.
But we sum it up, or maybe
yes,
some,
we are
some
actually
questions left?
into, yeah, we have 2 minutes. So if there is anything that you feel that it's really important to say in a moment, maybe first I ask the audience, any last comment, any last, maybe not question, rather a comment, yeah? So, yes, there we have.
There is
oh,
one,
wow.
yes.
So let's do it. So 1, 2, and then 3. Yeah? Mm-hmm.
Hello, my name is
Hello.
Sasha. I go to the local high school in Katowicach. And I know that you asked for a comment, but I really have a question. I tried to kind of ask it beforehand, but I got a bit shy, so I just have a question. I heard, I'm not sure who exactly mentioned it, but I'm pretty sure that somebody mentioned not needing to succeed right away after going to high school or going to university, and that it's okay to take a gap year in between high school, during the university and stuff. So I wanted to ask how to while taking a gap year, how to then come back to university, and how to not lose the motivation to constantly study, because one of the things that people tell me a lot to after high school to immediately go to university, so I won't lose the motivation to actually study and learn new stuff. So I just wanted to ask if any of you have any advice for people that are going into university, and how to not lose the motivation to. Yeah.
Yes, I said that. There is a probability you won't go back. Because during this gap year you will find something you are really interested to. So for me it's like a test. After a year or half a year, if you will be still interested in, you will finish. You will get back and you will find the motivation. For me, there won't be a problem. But maybe you will somehow discover something you are more interested to. You will discover you can relocate your resources, invest them somewhere else, and that's okay. Yeah. We in Poland we have this at the university we have this 2-degree system mostly. So the first degree and the second degree. So maybe you will finish the first degree in something, then do some gap year or gap month, and then you will change to somewhere else.
Yes, but there is also, because I just very short note, because I've been working with European Solidarity volunteers for several years, and in some countries it's more popular than in the others to have this gap year to really test if you want to study, I don't know, psychology or pedagogy. Do you really enjoy it, or environmental studies, and then being abroad and working, having traineeship or volunteering, you can really know whether you like it or not. Yeah? So this is also one of the options, and more universities give some extra points for this kind of activity before studies. So yes, if it was helpful, you can still share, later in breaks what stimulates your motivation. Okay, so yes.
Yeah.
Up to
hello
you.
everyone. My name is Jasmine. Actually, my question was what are the things that are preventing young people to start?
To start.
I don't know if I
for
understood.
example, we want to start our own business, we want to do our dreams, but what are the things that are stopping this process? Or let me to say, what are the most famous barriers? And how to slow them?
If I may,
Yes, Evgenia.
Well, sometimes it's your family and friends who might be, some of them could be the really motivator for you to start your business and supportive, and some of them might be really demotivator by saying, oh, you need more knowledge. No, it's not going to be a successful idea. We always those who are elder, we know more, so we have more experience, of course. The communication with your family and friends, this is and supportiveness. Of course, you need to have a support. This is very important. Then, of course, when you're scary, when you have some maybe not very successful experience from your friends or your own experience, so it might block you. To be self-motivated, to really to be not afraid of making mistakes, because we are all sometimes we are afraid of making mistakes. Yes, please do. Make your mistakes. It will be your mistakes, your own nice mistakes, and you will love them. Because then you will definitely you will know how to deal with them, how to find the right way, and etc. So from my perspective, those two things are that I met personally quite frequently from the young people.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I totally agree with Zhenya. The fear of failure is the greatest barrier in my opinion. But failing is good. When you are young, you learn how to walk. You walk by failing and getting up again. So every failure is a lesson. And it's extremely, extremely rare to succeed from the first time. Yeah? It happens once in 1 million accidents. So you will succeed maybe for the twice, the third, and etc. time. But don't be afraid to try.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we have the last question or comment, so please. Before you go and make your trials, mistakes, and learn from it, we have one more.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ilya, and I'm working in NGO, which is trying to protect working rights of migrants and refugees in Poland. So I will refer to my Polish experience, and I have a comment regarding labor law. It is extremely important to know your rights, but I also want to stress that it's not enough to know the law. You have to know the law, you have to teach others how law is functioning, and most important, you need to have a community of workers which want to protect their rights, because nothing is possible to do individually. You are nothing when you try to compete with your firm or with your company or with the labor market which have their standards. So you just have to have your co-workers to follow your inspiration to protect your rights, because there is no other way. And thank you.
Thank you.
One comment, and thank you for the work you're doing. And one thing I think that is a problem with these new ways of working is the lack of representation of workers. In Poland, it is very low labor unionization in labor unions. And I think that organizing in labor unions or in different types of organizations is very important for the people of work, any kind of work. So we should organize, and when we organize, we can teach each other about our rights and support each other fighting for our rights. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for all your involvement, questions, comments, some proposals and ideas. I strongly encourage you and remind you that if there is something that you would like to stay, you can put it as a comment. There is a special column in which you can post your as I said, ideas, comments, recommendations, especially for those who are, as you said, some people are shy, you don't want to speak in public, but still you have a lot to share. That's why we created this tool for you to share even when we finish today, and it will stay for several days for you to network and to advance on your paths. So diverse, yeah, as we could hear from you and from our experts. Thank you so much. And enjoy the evening, and we will meet with you tomorrow morning here.
Thank you very much.
you.